There's one updated.
I'm more excited.
It's better than the one that's on there. Okay?
That's true. I've seen that one.
I just want to make sure that I
If you need a minute, take it. I'm just telling you where we're going.
Just got a tiny space here. All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is April 27th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in New York City with video conferencing to Albany and Buffalo. This is also being live streamed on the State Liquor Authority's YouTube channel. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, and Commissioner Ford. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Meyerhoff, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Donahue, and myself, Secretary to the Authority Roper. Next meeting dates are May 11th, May 25th, and June 8th. Please silence your mobile phones while in the meeting room and take any phone calls or conversations you may have outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City. There may be certain exceptions to that. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourselves. Representatives, when you approach, please identify your representative or your clients. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
I do not.
Yes, you do.
Well,
Oh,
about the
yes,
5 minutes.
we actually have a very, very heavy calendar here today as far as licensing matters go. So there is going to be a limit on, as there always is, there's going to be a limit on your presentations, but we rarely stick to that limit, but today we're going to have to because we have, I believe, 32 licensing matters on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which is almost double what usually is on.
All right, so we'll start in Buffalo. First is 722. That's Grand Wine and Spirits LLC.
Good morning, members of the full board. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm here joined by the applicant Jas Paul Mathan and his corporate attorney Neil Weinberg.
Did it really say? I don't know that it actually says what it's about.
I don't either, but there is.
Can you just explain the bank records that you submitted? What do you think it actually says?
Yes, these show at the last hearing, and thank you for allowing us to resubmit these. At the last meeting, we were asked, we offered to provide additional documentation to show that Mr. Mathan had saved at least the $60,000 that was shown on the application. And this is the direct deposits from when he worked at HSBC and M&T Bank from August of 2018 through December of 2020, which shows that that money was in fact saved, as he said.
Yeah. All right. Unless you have any more questions. All right, Donald.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
All right, thank you for sending the support documents, and with the state senator's support, I'm going to vote in the affirmative to approve this liquor store.
Commissioner Ford.
We also have the support of New York State Assembly Member Karen McMahon, Town of Pendleton Supervisor Joel Martin, Niagara County Legislator Anthony Nemi, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and others. So I vote to approve as well.
Yep, Commissioner Ford, could you turn on your mic?
It is on.
It is on, it says.
Push it a little closer to you.
Yeah. Sorry.
There you go.
That was
I
approved,
approve.
right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to approve as well based on the support of the local elected officials. And I think there is public convenience and advantage when examining the other close stores. I am going to warn you now, though, that if you end up involved with your father's store in any way, shape, or form, you're likely not only going to lose your store, but your father's going to lose his.
No, we understand. Thank you.
And well, don't get involved with your uncle either. All right,
Yep.
I approve.
Thank you.
All right, next is
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next is 750. That's CORKS and SPRITZ LLC.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Jong. I'm here with the principal, Shoot for All. We're here on a new liquor store in the town of Henrietta.
Which
We,
one's this?
750.
Yes, this is about a 1,500 or 1,600 square foot place, about 1,500.
All right, we're going to stop you. We're going to stop you there. All of us have reviewed the records. I think we're ready to vote, Donald.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
All the stores are doing increasing numbers. The closest store is more than 3 miles away. I find public convenience an advantage. I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I vote to approve as well. No protest and tons of support. Vote to approve.
And Chairman Bradley.
And I vote to approve on the same ground.
All right, you've
Thank
been
you.
approved. All right, moving on to Albany. First is 719 Mattydale Post, BFW 3146.
Good morning, John Springer for the licensee. With me is Dana. What's your last name, sir? Last name?
Name Fear.
Fear. He's the ABC officer, and this is John Hickman. Mr. Hickman is responsible for this violation. I'll be brief.
I don't want to hear the explanation. I brought them in here. I asked for them to come in for one simple instruction that I'm going to give them now, that they are not to have sale to non-members. This is now, they've let this happen multiple times. The reason we find out about it is because the non-club bars complain about you. because you're selling beer cheaper than they can because of your status by letting customers in who are not members of the VFW. If it happens again, you're likely going to lose your license because it's clear that this is a pattern that continues. I think we're ready to vote, Donald.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
Are they going to have a different ABC officer? Is that what you said in your submission?
Yes.
Yes, we're gonna file one in May.
What kind of public events were you holding?
They had a some kind of bingo night that I've been looking into. I told them they can't do that unless it's they had some kind of town permit. I'm going over all their stuff. There's some other issues, and it comes down to the ABC officer doesn't have sufficient background. I think it's because of the age of the club, the age of the officers. The new ABC officer is going to be from the Afghanistan war. He's going to be a younger guy, and I'm going to work with them closely to keep these people in compliance. They've had the license since 1946.
I know, I would hate to see your license canceled since 1946. But you've done this 6 times now, so let's not see you again, okay?
Yes.
I'm at
sir.
1,000. I'm at 1,000.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, it pains us, it pains me to have to hold you accountable like this, type of organization that you are. You do a great service for us. But I'm going to go with 1,000 too, just because it's happened so many times. So please try to pay attention, all right?
And Chairman,
Yes, sir.
1,000. All right,
Thank you.
1,000.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next in Albany is 706, Sugarwood Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Hi, my name is Parjeet and I'm coming from Sugarwood Wine and Liquor Store, 7575 Buckley Road.
Can I pause 1 second? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Are you guys having issues like hearing?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's their mic or
It's Buffalo and Albany. It's
So you think it's here?
It's here.
But we don't know what it sounds like on the feed. It's not audible on the feed. We're gonna have issues with the record.
What number was
I
this?
don't know how exactly to help
706.
that.
Paul, are you there?
Yes,
How close are they to the microphone?
they're right up to the microphone.
It just seems like you guys are cutting in and out. It's more than like a issue with the volume.
Yeah.
We
And I've also turned up the volume on our.
Sounds better.
That sounds better.
All right.
Hi, good morning.
Good
morning.
Is that the last people up there? Let's just get through this.
No, we've got 2 more.
Got a couple. We do have a few more in there
That's important.
that are like New York City items that are in Albany.
Whatever you want to do.
If we could take a brief recess
I understand.
just so we can hear on the YouTube feed, make sure it's clear there.
Call Sharif. He's watching.
Okay. I'm gonna go on a brief recess to check technical issues.
We've got people watching this week.
You send me an email or?
No.
Okay.
I didn't think they made for mic in. Oh, no, this is for mic.
We're being told it sounds fine on the YouTube because it's picking up the sound from there.
Okay.
It's not picking up the sound we're getting.
so when our people in this room speak.
So if the 3 of you are okay with this right now, okay? We at least have a record.
If I need it, I'll ask.
What's it gonna sound like when they speak on this mic? If we have an issue here?
No, it's the,
our-
it's
our
our
PA.
audio coming in.
But yeah, I just listened to the YouTube myself, and it sounds
Smooth.
All right, let's go, because we got a lot to do.
All right, so we're back on the record after a brief recess.
Yes.
So back with 706, that's Sugarwood Wines and Liquors Inc.
Can you just put your name on the record?
Good morning, my name is Hina Singh Badwan. My name is Parjeet Kaur.
All right, this is a alteration to add 1,750 square feet, and will increase the retail square footage by 1,250 square feet of the liquor store. Donald, I think we're ready.
Commissioner Fan,
I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well.
and Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve as well.
All right,
Thank
Good
you.
luck, ladies.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
What was that? Next item will be 756, that's Hometown Wine and Liquor LLC.
Say that number again?
756, Hometown Wine and Liquor LLC. The request for reconsideration.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Deputy Commissioner Donahue. Alexandra Becker from Nolan Heller Kaufman on behalf of the applicant Hometown Wine and Liquor LLC. I have with me Jason Hacker, the licensed principal. This is coming before you for a reconsideration for a package store that was didn't.
Are you good? Really?
Just give me one
Let her
second.
speak, let her speak.
The fourth closest store no longer exists, correct?
It's the third closest store, Mr.
Third
Chairman, but
closest.
correct.
All right, I'm going to vote to grant reconsideration.
Yes, I'll vote to grant reconsideration.
And Commissioner Ford.
This is 756, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was absent the day that this was heard, but, so I'm going to vote to reconsider as well.
All right, so on the application,
And I'll vote to approve as well.
Commissioner Ford, Fan,
And I'm going to vote to approve as well because it's an open store, not bulletproof.
and Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to approve as well. It's now replacing a store that's closed within the group of the four closest. And as Commissioner Fan said, it's an open store, so there is in my mind, public convenience and advantage.
Good morning.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So next are items that are New York City Zone 1 matters. There's a couple that are in Albany, but I'm going to move one ahead because we have someone from a public official's office here in the office who would like to speak. It's 757 and 758 G Cubed Corp. Is the licensee here? Okay. If they could come on also. Just go up to the podium. I do have to say, they originally sent a request for adjournment, and we did get letters from letters of support from another public official and a couple of other people. I was going to hold those over till May 11th, so that are not part of the record, but I can forward the emails.
Did they come in late? Is that why?
They came in late also, and I also got the request for adjournment.
You know who the public official is?
I can look it up. It's a council member.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Eric
757,
Eric Botchner.
Is my turn?
Yep, go
Thank
ahead.
you. I'm Wendy Pastor. I'm Assemblymember Dick Godfrey's longtime Chief of Staff, 28 years. When I came over into the building today, I think this is the first time that I ever came here to speak actually on behalf of somebody who is appearing before the SLA. I'm going to read to you a very short letter that the Assemblyman has written in support of G Cubed. Dear Chairman Bradley and the rest of the commissioners, I'm writing in strong support of G Cubed, DBA, the Ritz Bar and Lounge as the New York State Assembly member representing the district that includes the Ritz, an LGBTQ+ establishment. I understand from the co-owner, Thomas Greco, that all violations have been remedied and been dropped in criminal court. My office receives a large volume of emails and phone calls from constituents every day, and I have never had a complaint about the Ritz. The local community board confirms there are no complaints. The Ritz has a reputation in the community as a responsive and responsible operator that contributes in a positive way to the neighborhood. Especially now, as businesses have suffered so much during the pandemic, it is more important than ever that local small independent businesses such as the Ritz be able to recover and remain contributors to our local and state economy. Please do not hesitate to contact me or my Chief of Staff, Assemblymember Dick Godfrey. Thank you very much.
Thank
for the
you.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. We are here today. I know we requested a brief application. However, we are ready to proceed if you would allow us to.
Sure.
If you would like us to, we can proceed now. My name's Jaslyn Carr. I'm the attorney, G Cubed Corporation, doing business as the Ritz Bar and Lounge. My clients are here as well, Thomas Greco and James Brian Glenn, the owners of the Ritz Bar Lounge located at 369 West 46th Street, New York, 10036. We're here today regarding their violations. Our position is that the $30,000 in fine is a fair amount to resolve the violations. All violations have been resolved and dismissed in criminal court. My clients have been around doing business for over 2 decades. They play a positive role in their community, have stayed open during the pandemic, even though they suffered hardship and many establishments were closed. They have the support of their LGBTQ community as well as official members, as you have heard, Richard Godfrey, as well as Eric Botcher. This is their only source of income. They are here today and would like to say a few words as well. Thank you.
Tell me again, can we just get all the support on the record for a second? What letters do we have?
Yes.
Do you want me to forward the letters to you guys, or do you?
Just tell me who wrote them at this point.
We have one from Thomas D. Shanahan, the
Okay.
attorney and aide to Mayor David N. Dickens, Paul Devlin, the district leader, and Assembly District 75 Part B. We also have a letter from Serrano Solutions, who they're working with closely for remedy of all the violations. Going forward, they're working hand in hand with Serrano Solution, which outlines everything. And Serrano Solutions actually working with New York NYPD as well. We also have a letter from Aletta LaFarouk, President Manhattan Plaza. I'm sorry, I might have said the name wrong.
No, it's okay.
Lafarge.
Aletta Lafarge.
Okay.
President Manhattan Plaza Tenants Association, and President Emeritus Hell's Kitchen Democrats. Eric Botcher, Tom McManus, Shani Pete Anthony, and Richard Godfrey. Total of 8 letters.
Is the chief of staff still here, or did she leave?
She's
can
right.
I ask you a question? Because you had mentioned, or I should say that the assembly members mentioned that there were no complaints, or your office has not received complaints about this place. And that is, and I'm sure that's true, but that's not true of us. We have not only received significant complaints about it, but the police department has as well regarding, and I just wondered if the assembly member was aware of that.
No, we never would have written that if we were aware of that. I'm actually the person who checks the incoming mail every day, so I can say.
I mean, and the complaints are 911 calls, loud music and patrons yelling and being disorderly on patios 15 times between October 24th, 2020 and September 18th of 2021. That's how we ended up there.
I'm also surprised, Chairman, because I did call the community board as we were putting together this letter and asked them if they had had any complaints. And at first he said to me, well, nothing recently. I said, well, how far back can you go? And he said, I can only go back to 2012, but we've got nothing.
Yeah, that could be true too.
That's
Most
our
of our
experience.
stuff came through either through our office directly or through police referrals because they had to respond to the location on numerous occasions.
Okay.
I just wanted to make the record clear and let the assembly member know that obviously
We
he
were
only
not
got
aware of
one
it.
side of the story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But thank you for
Thank you.
showing up. So I mean, that kind of calls in my mind whether these support letters actually got the whole story.
Well, they did because they said that they had went back and spoke to their, reviewed their record of everything to see if there were complaints. And as far as those
But
complaints.
were they made aware that there were actually complaints to us? She just indicated no.
Right. We wanted them to write a letter based on their review, their ascertaining of their information to see if there were any complaints. That way, we don't advise them, there were complaints. That way,
Well,
if there were any complaints, they would have told.
I think in the future, the more useful request when you're trying to get a letter of support is to actually let the elected official know exactly why they're here. Maybe they don't have any complaints, but it's obvious that we did, and they were not made aware of that.
If I may, I did ask to see a copy of the violations, so I did see that.
Okay.
So they are fully aware that they're here in front of the violations as well as what's going on. If my client would like to say a few words.
Sure.
Just hold on a second, Tom. What is the allowable method of operation here? Can we just get the facts on?
Yeah, because they do have some failure to conform.
I just want to make sure while we're here, we're all.
Original application described the business as a tavern restaurant, I believe.
With what kind of music?
It would be background music.
Just take a second. I got kicked out of the
Sure.
system over it.
Just for the record, there was a hearing in 2015 or 14. It doesn't appear in your adverse history for this location. The licensee was fined $11,000 for a series of charges after a hearing, including, I believe, going beyond their method of operation, using a DJ. I can double confirm that. And took no steps to change the method of operation, and those are the violations that occurred in September of 2021, first on the 10th, and then again 2 weeks later, even after they were notified about their issues, it looked like nothing had changed.
It's licensed as a tavern restaurant, DJ and background music, open till 4 a.m. every night except for Sundays when it's 1 a.m.
So they're allowed to have DJs?
Yes.
Maybe it's the dancing then that's the issue.
There is no dancing allowed.
Which
Let me
they're
just make sure
fully,
there's been no changes to
which
that.
they're fully aware, and they hired Serrano Solutions now to ensure that there's no dancing. They have a manager on board as well, which we submitted in our proposed change to show that a manager and one of the owners will be at the establishment at all times. They have updated their security system, their camera system.
And that's all great, but why? You just heard several years ago they did this. Now, within days, 2 weeks, we had to send people there twice to stop them from doing the thing we told them to stop doing several years ago. But go ahead, you can speak. This is what drives, I think, all of us nuts, is that when we decide we're going to close a place, that's when they find God. But go ahead, you can speak.
Chairman, pardon me, James Glenn, I'm one of the owners. I believe the prior violations were with respect to DOB issues. We had to make a lot of corrective measures at that time to provide secondary means of egress, just to update the building, their older buildings. To the best of my knowledge, we had no prior violations with respect to dancing or any of the issues that are.
Well, what were the charges on the $11,000 one?
At present. Yeah.
Okay, you can.
And we did resolve those issues. We had expended quite a great deal of money, and to provide the secondary means of egress, completely renovate the entire building to bring it up to speed, so to speak, and be in compliance from a DOB perspective.
Do you have food now?
We do. We always did. Chairman, we did change the food with respect to the changing measures with the COVID restrictions. At one period of time, we actually converted into a sushi restaurant with a full sushi bar, a display case, what have you. And then we, changed it back, obviously with respect to tables, chairs, seating, we tried everything, Chairman, just to basically try to stay open. It was extremely difficult.
All right, do you want to speak, sir?
Yes.
Thomas Greco, I'm the other owner. I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here and present our case. We understand these violations. We've been in business a long time. We're very involved in the community. I actually live right upstairs. I've, raising a family in that community as well.
You live above this place?
Yes, I do, sir.
As do I.
As do Mr. Glenn.
That's not helping your case, guys.
Well, we work there. And,
Well, I mean, the noise, then you're obviously there and you're aware of it.
Yeah.
Every day.
The noise complaints I believe that you received were during COVID when we were pushed outside. And that's when a lot of these complaints came, when we weren't allowed to go inside. But we understand this. We obviously don't have any more. We didn't even participate in the outdoor seating that now 46th Street Restaurant Row and Times Square Alliance has now put the barriers on. We decided, not to participate that and bring our clientele inside as a measure to show that we, we're there for the community as well. We've taken, as they've explained, a great deal of measures, especially hiring a consulting company to come update our DVR system. So what had happened was during these COVID times, people, as you can imagine, became very desperate with regards to their situation. And we were the recipient of a organized group of pickpocketers, and they were stealing cell phones. And a cell phone is over $1,000, which lists as a grand larceny. And I had gone in August with the commanding officer, Megan, and I apologize, I don't remember her last name, and Lieutenant Chateau to the first nightlife hearing after COVID, which was that August of 2021, to discuss the issues. And we worked closely with them by updating the cameras to show facial recognition. We installed very technical ID.
Sir, this is all great, but the problem your place is having, from what I can see, is one, not following your method of operation, and two, noise.
I understand.
And I don't know where they are, but because in my mind you've been warned so much, it's very hard for me to take anything you're doing that seriously. But
Yeah, for the record, the case I was referring to went to hearing in 2014 or 15. It wasn't just about some egress issue, and I believe you're Mr. Greco?
Yes.
You testified at that hearing. Do you remember
So
that?
I did testify at that
Okay,
hearing.
so the charges included having dancing in a dancing area of the location, no food at all for sale, an illegal bar in that area, and some other charges, which I guess are similar to what we have now.
So
all right, we've spent enough on this.
If you
Tom?
have that case, you would also understand why the case was dismissed, because under camera, I was personally thrown against a wall by one of the high-ranking officers of NYPD that time, and was explained that he didn't care about us faggots and our faggots business. And when Judge Karen Smith heard that testimony, she understood how this was motivated. This was a different era, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous because, this is, it was a very hard thing to get over, a very frightening thing to get over, where this actual officer did follow me and we almost had to get a restraining order against it. So a lot of these things that happened there were thrown out because they were found to be untrue.
Well, they may have been thrown out in a criminal proceeding that we're unaware of, but there was a hearing, an administrative hearing before the SLA, and all of his charges were sustained. So just for the
No, and we do have that information. It's on the reconsideration memo. But I think, Donald, I think we're ready.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote yes on reconsideration.
I'll vote yes on reconsideration as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote yes as well, but I'm going to counter the 30 at 40,000.
I was going to go to 25, the original offer.
Commissioner Ford?
I thought 30 was a bit low, so I'm going to go with 40 with the chairman.
Good
40
luck.
it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a counter offer.
Counter offer.
Correct.
Right.
All right, next is 713. It's a request for a declaratory ruling. They're in Albany, correct, Paula?
Good with this?
Yes, but we have 710 here ready to go.
You said 710?
Yeah, but we're on 713.
Okay, I'll go grab them.
Are they ready?
Yes.
Good afternoon, John Springer for the licensee. This is a request for declaratory ruling. I wasn't involved with the preparation of the application. I have had communications with the pastor. He submitted a revised letter.
So I don't, and I realize you didn't prepare this, but all of the activities that the Reverend, I guess, notes in his letter are almost word for word taken out of the statute as being consistent with a church.
I've had many applicants get full liquor licenses when a church was renting out to a for-profit daycare center in the building. If you think that doesn't comport with the statute, I really can't do anything about that. He references numerous activities not directly affiliated with the church's mission.
So there's an issue with the way this letter is worded. If they are actually receiving funds for providing daycare centers, then I think that needs to be clarified, because what the Reverend says is the church often rents space in the building on a donation basis to schools and daycare, childcare centers. These operations are not affiliated with the church, but it doesn't suggest to me that there is another business there. And if there is, it's fine. I need just a little bit more clarification. So do you want to hold this over May 11 and try to get that clarified?
If I may, because we need to know whether or not it makes sense to hold it over.
No, I'm going to let her hold it over.
Okay, well then let me just quote the sections of the statute, so there's no confusion as to what is and isn't under the law considered a non-exclusive use. The statute, section 105 3C, has a list of enumerated issues, a non-exclusive list of what would not constitute something that would change a church from having its predominant character as a church. And it's pretty broad. It says the use of the building, for example, it says the use of the building for blood drives, health screenings, health information meetings, yoga classes, exercise classes, or other activities intended to promote the health of the congregants or other persons. It also says that it doesn't even have to be congregants, it can be non-congregants, and it can really be for any use. What it doesn't say is if the church is deriving income from renting the space out, For example, apartments unaffiliated with the church services have been held to be a use that makes it non-exclusive, but just allowing people from the community to use the church wouldn't qualify. It seems to me, having gone to this pastor a second time, Mr. Springer, and not coming up with that maybe that didn't happen. So,
Thank you. Could you please hold it over?
We will hold it over 5-5.
5:11.
I'm sorry, 5-11.
All right, Mr. Springer, I'm sorry, I did miss 710, which is GURVIR Oil Inc. And we'll call them before your next one, Mr. Springer.
You're all set. May as well dismiss.
What you said, I'm sorry.
710.
Come on. State your names for the record, please.
Okay. My name is David Diodati. I'm the attorney that assisted the applicant in preparing the application.
And your name? For the record, please.
My name's
Just say your name.
Kulvinder.
Full name.
Kulvinder Kaur.
So the one question I guess I have, which is kind of glaring to me, is you have another store, correct?
Right, yes,
And that's in Orange County,
yes,
Gotta speak up.
which you supervise right now.
right.
This store is in Oneida County, which is like 190 miles away. And you're telling us you're going to supervise this store as well every day?
I'm gonna have employees. I believe I'm not gonna be I can use my phones or computers, and this is how I'm gonna monitor cameras. So I'm gonna have family members.
So you're not going to supervise, you're going to supervise
Yeah,
it from afar.
No, I will go sometimes over there also, like how I manage this one.
She intends to be responsible for all aspects of the business and travel there as necessary, but doesn't necessarily intend to be there every day. She'll be responsible for all the financial obligations, hiring, firing, purchasing, supervising everything that goes
All right,
on.
but see, the problem, the reason this is here is because the last licensee got canceled because of sales to minor. She's on the application indicating she's going to supervise, and it looks like, based on her history, she can, but she lives 190 miles from the store.
Well, she doesn't necessarily have to be there all the time to supervise the store. She's going to have employees. Those employees will be properly trained with regard to the sale of alcohol. She'll be the one that's responsible for all aspects of the business and travel to the business as necessary.
How did she find out about this store?
From the previous owner, PH.
Previous owner, PH Petroleum.
She knows the previous owner?
Yes,
How?
Yes, she does.
yes.
How?
He's related to me.
He's related to you.
Yeah,
How?
he's my brother.
Oh. Is he going to continue to work at the store?
No,
I didn't hear you.
no, sir.
Where is he now?
He is there. He's still on that store, but I cannot take over, and if there is no license.
All right, Donald, I don't have anything else.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. I kind of don't believe you.
Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. Go ahead. The question I had, was she required to put the brother on the application and didn't as well?
I couldn't make out what.
Well, she said it's her brother.
But what's his interest, though?
He was the old owner.
Prior owner.
The prior licensee.
If he was the prior licensee, she would have had to, on her personal questionnaire, indicated that relationship.
And that, I'm assuming I would have caught that. I may have missed it, but I don't think I did.
Well, it would have been noted in the agenda sheet, I mean,
All
in the
right,
memo,
okay.
so.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Next at 7:20, that's TICS Bar and Restaurant LLC.
Good morning, John Springer for the applicant. With me is Samantha Valley. She's the applicant. Her sister is here as well. If you have any questions, I submitted a detailed memo about the history of this case. There's widespread community support. This is a bar with substantial food that probably could have been applied as a restaurant, but for whatever reason, they followed an attorney's advice and they submitted as a bar like the previous licensee. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Are you updating your application to reflect a restaurant only? Is that what you're saying?
We didn't intend to, but we can do that if that would make you more comfortable. Absolutely. We have a very extensive menu. They did $75,000 worth of takeout food in just a few months during COVID. The owner's got a great interest. She spent money in the kitchen. She has cooks. And if that would make you comfortable, we can amend it to a restaurant, right?
Yes.
It's not about making me comfortable. It's about what you really intend to do, because
I don't know why
every indication I have is that this is going to become a nightclub.
I don't know where you're getting that indication from, but that was never her plan. It was never part of the application.
Mr. Springer, you do know where we're getting it from, so don't tell us that. You're fully aware because you submitted something pointing out what we saw.
You saw an anonymous email.
No, we saw multiple social media posts from people she's related to, inviting people to come in and party at their new bar, because they were anticipating getting a license that they never got. So you fully are aware of why we think this is going to be a nightclub. We're not making this up.
I understand why you raised the question. I don't understand why you're automatically accepting third party, or whatever they had in their mind. That's all I'm saying.
They're not just third parties, they're relatives.
Derek Singh is not a relative.
The in-law, whatever you want to call it.
That was his application. He had an application that may have been his plan. I don't know.
This was after his application. There's clearly, this is why this is still on. There's clearly a risk here in my mind, and I think in Commissioner Fan's mind, and maybe her intentions have changed. Obviously that could be. Maybe she smartened up. But I can tell you that if she does get this license and it goes in the other direction, it's going to be shut very quickly.
We understand that.
I mean, the food that you're serving is in tin trays. You haven't even purchased plates for your restaurant.
No.
It's very, very hard for me to believe that you intend to be a restaurant. You're telling all the public officials you're spending hundreds and thousands of dollars, but you don't have plates.
She's not open yet. She's got 50. She borrowed 150. She borrowed $200,000. 50,000 was held back until she got approved for the license, and that last $50,000 is going to be used for the final punch list things, which are going to take 2 or 3 months, including more stuff for the kitchen. She realized during COVID that the kitchen was under-equipped for and she did $75,000 worth of takeout food. She has not opened as a restaurant because she doesn't have the license yet. All those things are going to be in place. We can show you pictures of the kitchen. It's beautiful. The whole place is beautiful.
Yeah, it doesn't convince me that you plan to be a regular restaurant because of how beautiful it is. And you're serving in tin trays. It just
we have the bank records.
It doesn't pass the loft test. It just doesn't. And now you're adding security, which
based on the number of seats.
We don't need security if you're serving chicken and pork in a tray. That's just not how. I mean, we've all done this enough to know that story doesn't drive.
And I mean, I want to be clear. The reason that this kind of, I guess, is raising the hair on the back of our neck is because of what happened here previously as well, and she has no experience.
The place that was there before ran relatively violation-free from 1999 until 2018. I don't know what happened in
That's great. That's great. But then in 2018, it went off the rails.
All hell broke loose, yeah.
That was them. That was them.
Are the members ready to vote?
Yeah, I am.
Mr. Fan?
What are the hours? She's shutting at 11?
No, I don't think we said it anywhere. I
What
don't think
are her-
hours came up anywhere.
Well, they need to now. When is she shutting?
She like 2 a.m. on the weekends and whatever you think's appropriate during the week.
I actually thought was under the impression, and it was my own, I guess, impression. No one told me this, but I was under the impression she was open. I didn't realize she was not.
Apparently open just for takeout.
I don't even know, you're doing takeout now?
No.
She's not doing
I
takeout at the
closed in
moment.
September 2019. Sorry, 2021.
Open it and keep it open till 12. Okay, whatever you want to know.
You okay with those?
Yes.
12 a.m. for all nights would be fine with the applicant.
Thank you.
Well, I heard you talking.
Okay, Donald, I think we're good.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to approve 11 p.m. across the board. Recorded music only. Security guard as needed. Experienced manager required. Please update your application to reflect a restaurant. And God, I really hope I don't see you here again.
Commissioner Ford?
You have a maximum occupancy of 198. 3 to 6 employees, that seems kind of low to me. But I'm going to go along with Commissioner Fan with security as needed and a manager. And that might not even be enough to manage almost 200 people. But I'll approve on the same conditions as Commissioner Fan.
I'll approve under the same conditions.
Thank you.
Mr. Springer, you don't need to do anything to amend the application. We'll just reflect that in the method of operation that was approved, that it's a restaurant.
Thank you.
Buy some plates.
Thank you.
All right, Paula, I believe that was the last one in Albany, is that correct?
That's the last Albany item, yes.
All right, Paula, thanks. You can go ahead and sign off. So next one here in New York City, it's 733. That's 165 Charles Street, Wine and Spirits Inc.
Good morning.
Mr. Springer, are you on this one also, or are you?
No, I have 3.
You have what?
He's got some.
I have 2 more. I have at least 1 more in New York City.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Can you turn the microphone off?
Now move it, Paula, move the microphone further from the video unit, please, if you can.
I'm sorry, from where?
How, is it as far as it can get from the video unit?
Yes.
Yeah. Your papers,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Springer,
your
if you could-
papers are just magnified. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Amplified. I'm
Are we
sorry.
going or are you going back to Albany?
No, you're going.
Thank you. Francis Buscemi for the applicant, 165 Charles Street.
Can you move the mic just like in front of you, just so I can hear it? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, with me today is David Chen. He's the principal of 165 Charles Street. I believe there is opposition. Do you want to?
Yeah, they can go first.
Proceed.
Thank you.
I was under the impression this was a reconsideration, but.
No, it's the first
No.
time we've seen it.
Not really.
Okay. Robert Romano.
There was a reconsideration. There was a licensing board disapproval. There was a reconsideration by the chairman, and the denial was overturned. So now we're here for the full board on the application.
Okay. Thank you. Robert Romano, I'm here with Jessica Bradley, no relation, who is the daughter of Bruce Bradley.
You sure about that?
Of Seagrape Inn, and also Young Suk Kim, Ms. Kim, who is the owner of Covey Wine and Spirits. I also represent Golden Rule Wine and Liquor Store. They could not come today for religious reasons. We have opposition on several different angles here. One of them is the situs of the premise, a proposed premise. I do believe that, looking at the facts that I have submitted to the board, that it doesn't meet the statutory requirements for an off-premise store. It is not on a public street. It is set back 20 feet. It is not on a public, it is not street level, excuse me. It is approximately 6 feet high when you're standing in front of the store. It's approximately 6 feet above the ground, blocked by concrete and hedges. It is set back 21 feet on a private plaza. I understand their lease grants the tenant the right to use the plaza, but that does not make it a public plaza. If my argument to this board falls short on that, I do believe that if you look at the sales figures from the 4 stores, that the sales are really non-remarkable. All the 4 closest stores currently more than adequately serve the immediate area. As a matter of fact, that's illustrated by the fact that they all deliver to 165 Charles Street. So since we are limited with time, I'd like to allow them to speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Bradley. I'm here on behalf of my father, Bruce Bradley, and his store, Seagrape Wine Shop. We have been a single family owned and operated business for over 30 years and have been serving 165 Charles for as long as they've been around. And another store in such close proximity would really put ours and other stores' livelihood in jeopardy. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Covey Wine and Spirit. My name is Young Suk Kim. It's the same thing like these people say. It's a kind of same
Can you
situation.
just say, I can't hear you. Can you pull a microphone down and then also tell me what store is yours?
Covey Wine and Spirit. My name is Young Suk Kim.
Okay, go ahead.
It's as 2 people, you know, my lawyer and the next, my neighbor store say the same situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys coming, but judging from the numbers, I'll tell you that most stores in Manhattan did not see COVID bumps, and because of where you are, you did see COVID bumps, so I don't know what you're arguing here, really.
Go ahead. I just, and this isn't directed at you per se, but this is just really ironic to me. I think it was either one meeting ago or 2 meetings ago that you were actually making the same argument that he's making today. He should have just went and took the video and played it back. Now you want us to put a store in.
I put it in my papers, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you read it. I said if citizens Manhattan West can be 300 feet off the street. I mean, again,
it's the
I don't want to belabor
like nature of your business.
Does that mean, Mr. Buscemi, does that mean that you're conceding the point for future cases as well?
No, I'm going to say no on that.
You don't have to answer the question.
Yes,
We'll just live with the irony for now.
Well, yes. All right, look, I don't want to get too bogged down, but I provided you with documentation. I provided you with the condo declaration or the bylaws, whatever, giving rights to the plaza for egress, ingress to the commercial unit owner, and our lease was amended, so there was no question that we have rights to the plaza to operate. So there's no stopping ingress and egress of the street. It's not 6 feet off the ground. It's actually at grade level on 165 Charles Street. The street slopes down. When you get to the West Side Highway, then there's the big difference. I also gave you the measurement of the steps. There are 2 ways of getting in. One is grade level, the walkway. The other are the steps, which are 27 inches high to get to the top of the plaza and walk into the liquor store. Putting that aside, 165 Charles is by way of background, rather. David Chen had applied for a license 328 feet away from this location. That was approved in January 21st of 2020. After the approval, unfortunately, it was determined that that was also a commercial condominium unit. It went into foreclosure. So David was really very reluctant to do anything with that particular space since it was in foreclosure. Got out of that and decided to find a place, a location as close as possible. He found this location. This location is actually further away from the existing liquor stores than the first location. This is right by the West Side Highway. His other store was about a block further east. All of the liquor stores are east of this liquor store. They're closer together amongst themselves than they are to David Chen's store here at 165 Charles. He intends on, there's been very substantial development in this area of the West Village. There continues to be, and I've documented that in my paperwork. I don't think I have to mention what the sales are of the other stores. I think you've seen that. We've got multi-million-dollar sales here in a lot of these stores. Mr. Chen is experienced, very experienced. He's been working in the retail liquor trade since 2014. He's worked at 4 liquor stores, including Sherry Lehman. He has built relationships with local distilleries and wineries, and he's always supported the local industry. He intends on, and this is not talk, this is the same thing when you improve the first location. He intends on having an exclusive New York State wine section. He's going to key in on the spirits of New York, as well as other states' spirits.
Where is the store actually in the plaza? Is it closer to the corner, or?
It's on the corner. The doorway is on 164, is on 1 Charles Street.
It's on Charles Street.
The doorway is on Charles Street.
Okay.
You got a minute.
Yeah, I am.
I have photos.
Yes, no,
Yeah,
I'm looking
I've
at it.
supplied a lot of photos as well.
All right.
The store is going to be customer oriented. He's going to have he's going to have a wine room.
I think we're ready.
Oh, okay.
So, I remember approving your store. I really appreciate your effort to stay within the confines of what we said and why we gave you the store. While you can't see it, if you're standing on that sidewalk, if you go across the street, I think you can see it because of the height of this barrier here. So I think I'm okay with it. I mean, honestly, it's for him to live with that he's not accessible by your definition, but I think it's okay since it's all glass anyway. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to approve for the same reasons.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve historically, we have put liquor stores when there is a slight rise. I know the law requires it to be ground level, but we put them in second floors of shopping malls. As long as they're on a public thoroughfare, he got the lease changed so that basically this is a public thoroughfare for this guy's customers. So I don't see a problem there. And I do think there's public convenience and advantage. And as Commissioner Fan pointed out, you don't have a lot of visibility, but that's your drawback. It's not, there's not much that doesn't really affect our judgment on this. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. So this should truly be the last one in Albany. 653 Some Young Guy LLC.
Good morning, John Springer for the applicant. I believe the principals are in New York City, Mr. Mehta and Mr. Jiang.
Hi, how are you doing, Mrs. Solo?
Hey, guys.
Yes, they're here.
This was sent back to get community board stipulations. Again, the applicant apologizes for the problems caused by not supervising the previous representative, but we did meet with the community board. We have stipulations, and this morning the community board emailed to Mr. Donahue the resolution recommending approval with the stipulations.
You guys have other licenses, right?
Yes.
Which one is it?
We have Loud on 15 East 17th Street, Loud Singapore at 31 East 20th Street, Wow at 434 Amsterdam.
Okay, and this is in the same vein with Lao. I've always thought it was pronounced something else, but that's besides the point.
Thank you.
Great, so this is sort of similar to.
Yeah, so the food is, again, derivative from Southeast Asia, a lot of Singaporean dishes, Thai dishes. The cocktail program is reflective of that as well.
Amazing. All right, I'm going to vote to approve with the community board stipulations, midnight across the board, recorded music only. Whatever else you agreed with community board to, you will have it on the stipulations.
Great, thank you.
I know your business, so I think you're okay.
Yeah, and to be clear, the stipulations state that the premises will open no later than stated, which is midnight across the board, and that no patrons will remain in the place after closing time, so everyone's out by midnight.
So,
right. So
I mean, we will close our kitchen and our bar and everything by midnight, but I just have a question for you. Like, how do I kick somebody out if they're finished? Do I just?
You start at 11:30 so that they know.
I got you.
I mean,
No
in
problem.
your personal interest question, you said you were closing at 11.
That was initially, and so the reason why we requested that is because it's a small size space. We're an 18-seater altogether. The numbers and our turnover times being in an all-electric kitchen doesn't allow us to cook the food as quickly.
The problem is I don't know that any of us care
Yeah.
what your hours are. The problem is you told the community board one thing, and now we can't just.
We
I'm not gonna just
apologized
go-
and we went back to them.
Right.
We went back to them and we went back to them multiple times, explained to them, and we made that clear this time.
So, and their stipulations are, if you want to go back and have them change the stipulations, I'm sure we would approve them.
Yeah.
But the stipulations are what they are at this point.
The stipulations.
Yes, it's at midnight.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're okay with it.
It's closed.
Yes.
Yes. That's all. I just wanted to point that out to you.
I understand.
So, and like the chairman said, we don't really care one way or the other, but
I got it.
don't want you violating the stipulations either.
We waited
So I'll
a very
approve
long
under the
time for
same
this. Thank you.
conditions.
I'll approve under the same conditions as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Paula, you can go ahead and sign out.
Okay.
Bye, Paula.
Next is
Bye-bye.
727. That's Central Ave Liquor Store Corp.
727.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners Fan, Ford, and Chairman Bradley, Bruno Joffrey for the applicant.
Good morning.
Is there any opposition here? No, go ahead.
Yes, looking at the, I know there was one letter, I believe, that came in opposition when I requested opposition. It was with respect to GP Wines LLC, which is in Hartsdale, the village of Hartsdale. I noticed with their gross sales over the last few years has been a 25% increase. Also, I visited the store. That particular store really services the train station and the village itself of Hartsdale, and in no way is anywhere near, it's about 0.6 miles away from where my client's looking to put his on, which is centrally located on Central Avenue. When you look at from all the way to the top of Central Avenue, I'm very familiar with the area. I live not too far away. Driving all the way down, there's not a lot of liquor stores on Central Avenue. And this particular applicant, he's chose this location because they're really, I think it'll service the area. Also, with respect to that particular store, when I went into the store, and it was very limited amount of liquor that was, and wine that was available. It was a very limited amount of, I don't know if they do internet sales, but I do know what was in stock was very limited in terms of the options. So my client is going to try to have a very diverse and a lot of different options for the customers. And
Well, they have 1,400 square feet and you have
750 of retail. I could say that the 1,400, very limited is with respect to the actual stocking. There was a lot of space in that store that they had. The other thing, I believe that the letter in opposition stated that there have already been 2 stores on Central Avenue that went out of business. I don't think that's necessarily a great argument, because those particular stores, who knows how they were run, if they were run properly or run with great experience or anything like that. This particular location, I think, will service the area and replace some other stores that maybe went out. So I think it's definitely public convenience and advantage can be shown by just the location alone of my client's store.
This location used to be a liquor store?
No, what I was saying was there were 2 other stores in the area of this particular location that went out, according to the opposition letter.
Did you know that this location was a liquor
Oh,
store?
was? I was unaware of that. I apologize.
2008.
Okay.
And it closed on its own.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
But the other store, the store that protested, they opened about the same time that other store closed, in 2008, GP Wines.
Okay, and yeah, if you know the area in the Central Avenue roadway, there's no way that anyone is going to even remotely even be aware of GP Wines driving down Central Avenue on the way down to Yonkers. It's just.
Well, I mean, that's all fine, but it seems like the big gorilla in the room is the 20,000 square foot store that is in the neighborhood.
So I'm familiar with the 2 of them. There's 2 different stores, 10,000, I believe each. There's one way up the warehouse, if that's what you're talking about, Chairman. The warehouse is way up on, I believe it's 119. And that's more Elmsford than anything else. That is so far away. Driving down, all the way down to Scarsdale, it's going to take about 4 to 5 miles to get to the next liquor store on Central Avenue. So it's not in any way going to be impacted. And my client's small store, I think, will service that particular area pretty well on Central Avenue, where people are driving by, and it'll be the public convenience and advantage for those people.
So I'm looking at your pictures. It looks like raw space to me. At least
Yes.
it's not shelved. You're only investing $25,000. Explain how you're gonna open the store with just $25,000.
That's our in the Manish. So initially we are going to just put the shelves, and the rest of the money is for the liquor that is separate we have in our accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, that is for the shelves and everything, to put the storage back and everything. 25,000.
But you're also paying rent.
Yes, we have been paying rent for a year already.
That's part of the insurance. Part of the investment is what she
Yes, yes.
So you've already spent like 15,000,
Yes.
and you're putting in your application only spending 25,000. That's just not enough money to actually hire an employee, because you don't actually also plan to work there full time. You need at least 2 employees.
We are going to hire a manager also, and we are going to have an employee. We did not put all the money in the account, but we have our, I have
But what I'm
money
saying
also.
is that it needs to be reflected on your application.
Yeah, and also, at the time when we filed this application, we were expecting to be before the board a lot sooner than, obviously, with everything that's transpired with COVID. It's been almost a year. We didn't expect it to be this long.
Well, we've been in COVID since a year ago, so let's not pretend that's the
You
problem.
only filed the application in June.
2 years ago.
What's that?
You filed the application in June.
Well, it was mailed out at the end of May, so by the time the receipt came in and everything else. But either way, it was about a year, and we didn't expect it to be this long. Not for
Okay,
any
just
other
don't blame us when you
No,
know
I'm not
that's
blaming at
not.
all. It's just the expectations of the client when we put down those numbers. That's all I'm speaking about.
Do you want to update your application to
update that.
reflect what he's actually going to be spending? Because I just want the records to be
Yeah,
straight.
absolutely. How much do you think extra in terms of the 25?
So another question I have that it says here that you want to continue to be a real estate broker.
Yes, I'm a full-time real estate broker also.
He
Okay,
lives
but
right near
I
the-
just want to be clear that you can't run your real estate brokerage out of the liquor store.
No. Yes.
Like you.
No,
really
I have my
cannot.
own office and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can only say that.
Yes.
But if
No,
people
Right.
get into trouble, so I just want to
Right.
let you know that you can't do that. Are you planning to not be a broker anymore, or you still want to ride both sides, or?
Most because I'm going to hire somebody to run as a manager full-time for my liquor store. So I'll be using initially, I'll be moving to this as a full-time over the period of time.
All right. I'm going to, since it's a small store, and that it sounds like it's replacing 2 other stores in the area. So I'm going to vote to approve, but I'm going to require you to get a scanner.
ID scanner?
Yes, ID scanner.
Okay. For checking ID.
Commissioner Ford?
That's no issues.
I'm looking at the numbers, excuse me, for the closest stores, and nobody's really killing it, to be honest about it. But because your store is only 750 square feet retail, because it's so small, and precisely where it is located on that corner, looks like you got good parking and everything on Central Ave, right?
Yes.
Yeah, South Central, yeah. I think there's some public convenience and advantage to it, and again, if you were larger, I'd probably deny, but because you're so small, I'll approve.
Approve
Thank
the
you.
ID scanner also.
And the scanner too as well.
I'll vote to approve with the same condition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just don't forget to update the
We will.
plans.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
I'll get some additional bank statements and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to see everybody in person. Take care.
Great to be seen.
All right, next is 759C, Vinyl Restaurants LLC.
What did you say, I was cracking a joke?
759C.
That was a joke?
Good morning, members, and welcome back to the Big Apple. We missed you down here. My name is Max Bookman.
I just want to disclose Sala 19 was my favorite restaurant for about 20 years.
Well, we hope this will be your favorite too. With me is Kevin Flannery. He's the principal of Vinyl. I don't really have much more to say than what we put in our papers. It's a 500-foot case.
All right, go ahead, Max, or Mr. Bookman, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was just saying, I don't have much more to say than what was already in our papers. This is a 500-foot case.
I think we're okay. What are your hours?
Well, when we told the ALJ is we would keep the county closing hours, but since that's the issue that brings us here before us, what we put in our papers to you is that we will close at 1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m.
In all likelihood, it'll be much earlier than that, but he'd like that ability to, on occasion, stay open late.
Might help in future. It might help in the future to just say what the county closing hour is.
Well, we thought the administrative law judge could take official notice of
No.
what the county closing hours are.
Not
It's
every
just-
county is 4 a.m.
And yet,
Well, we said for New York County. We said the New York County closing hours.
and yet
That's not what it
Just
said.
don't
It's
assume.
a
And
county,
yet-
it's a county closing
It
hours.
would
Well,
save us
okay,
all-
fair enough. We are in New York County, but it noted, and in our subsequent PIQs, we have not repeated that
All right,
issue.
I think we can vote.
All right, I'm going, what's the music situation?
Background music only.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve 1:30 across the board, recorded music only, manager required, security as needed.
Commissioner Ford?
Community board didn't respond with support or objection, so to me, I guess that's support.
Same.
And the premises was previously licensed for years without incident.
That's right.
So I'm going to vote to approve as well with 1:30 a.m. closing across the board.
Very good.
Thank you. Chairman
I'll
Bradley?
vote to approve under the same condition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Next is 735. It's a proposed advisory. It's 735.
Good morning again, members. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman, representing the New York City Hospitality Alliance, the Industry Trade Association in New York City, representing over
So
2,000.
I'm actually going to hold you off on this, Mr. Bookman. I know we did get your submission. I want to go take your suggestions and discuss them internally. Plus, I have other concerns that I want to discuss internally, so I'm going to put this over. You're welcome to come back and speak on it if you want, or don't have to because we do have your suggestions.
Well, we will see if any changes are made, and I'll come back as needed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Over to May 11th?
Yes, please.
Yes. There was one other protest that we, response that we received, correct?
Mr. Kozlow, yes.
Yeah, so just for the record, this is an advisory that concerns common seating and dining areas, a proposed advisory that I guess was available on our website. And anybody interested in commenting, it'll be on the next calendar.
Yeah, we would, and if we do make changes to the draft, we'll put that up before the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, and you also signed in for 759D, is that correct?
Yes,
Is that
that's
the next
right.
one? Which is the amendment to the food and liquor, or liquor and wine to go.
I don't even have.
Yeah, let me just.
759B?
D.
D.
It was one that came to us late.
Oh,
'cause
that one.
We had
I
to make an
don't-
amendment to some of the
Yeah, let me just state on the record,
regs.
after the statute was passed on liquor and wine to go for restaurants, it actually directed the State Liquor Authority to issue guidance in connection with it. The board met in an emergency meeting, not a regular meeting, and signed an advisory that was then put on our website, and we then subsequently posted a Q&A that had some additional terms. And this matter is to have the board formalize one of those additional terms as an amendment to the advisory that was already passed.
And you want to add something?
Just 60 seconds. I wasn't going to come all the way up here just for this, but since I'm here anyway, just on behalf of the Hospitality Alliance, I wanted to use this opportunity to once again thank Governor Hochul, Senator Ramos, who was the supporter of the Drinks to Go legislation, the main sponsor, and for the authority for implementing this legislation. We support the changes that are being proposed to the advisory, as Council Meyerhoff just described. And I'll close with saying that I had a margarita on my couch a few nights ago. It was from a Mexican place in East Harlem. And I know a lot of other parents with young children like me, like mine, who are under the age of 5, who can't get vaccinated yet, who very much appreciate that this legislation has passed and that the authority has implemented it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Members ready to vote?
No, I can't. I don't have that document.
Here,
I need.
You want to?
I'll just look at it during the break, and then can we just bring it up again later?
We'll call it again later, yep. Next is 755, that's AVP Management LTD.
Charles Len for the applicant, AVP Management Inc., LTD, doing business as Ipanema. With me today are Alfredo Pedro and his sons Carlos Pedro and Victor Pedro, who are the principals of this family business. I first want to...
Is there any opposition here? We did get 2 protest letters one from a resident and another from a local hotel.
Right, and if you do know... No, they're not here.
Okay, go ahead.
But I also want to apologize to the board for the inadvertent error that I had with regards to the response on the questionnaire, 500-foot questionnaire. I think that my supplemental submission hopefully covers all the items and certainly will show that it is in the public interest to have these gentlemen have this license on 3 West 36th Street.
I mean, it affected your clients more than it affected us, to be honest.
It affected me.
Yeah. I don't really have any other questions. What's your hours?
Sunday through Wednesday, 12 midnight, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 2 a.m., excuse me.
So this community board doesn't have a did not object. They basically made no comment, but they're clearly worried about noise.
Well, this will be ambient music only.
Yeah, the
Very small area.
Ms. Saw, who provided a protest, she requested loud music be played only on weekends and conclude by 11 p.m. I would just say, how about like don't have loud music?
That's what I put in my supplement. I said, we will not have any loud music.
Don't have loud music.
So
No.
the original application said recorded and live music. You're still having live music?
There may be a soloist that comes in, like with a guitar or something. It'd be
Acoustic, non-amplified, live.
correct.
Okay.
Are you guys somehow related to the people that used to run this restaurant or no?
They have always ran
Always
Ipanema.
ran this restaurant.
Yes.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna vote to approve with the following conditions: Sunday to Thursday, midnight, Friday to Saturday, 2 a.m. Recorded music, acoustic, non-amplified live music, no promoters, no private events. Security guard is needed. Manager, you have a manager.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve under the same stipulations.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve under the same conditions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 759B, SODACO LLC.
Good morning, and it's wonderful to be back in front of you in New York. Thank you.
It's wonderful for us to be in front of you again, Mr. Dano.
Thank
In
you.
2 ways.
I am Kevin Dano, as Commissioner Ford just said, and with me is Daniel Mesnick, who is the applicant for this store. I believe if there's any other issue other than the school,
No,
okay,
that's the only issue.
then I'm just going to speak to that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to push this away a little. Can you still hear me? Because I thought it was a little, okay, thank you.
No, hold on, I'm just on the wrong one. 759B. Oh, right, this is not exclusive, right? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll vote to approve.
Yes, yes.
I vote to approve as well.
I'm sorry, when I wasn't looking, everybody approved it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, did you vote?
Yeah, they
You got two. We'll worry about him later. No, he
I worry
voted to
about
approve as well.
Commissioner Ford all the
Sorry,
time.
we did it too quickly for you.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck.
Next is 696, that's HARBES Family Vineyard LLC.
Kevin Dano for the licensee.
696, you said?
696.
So what happened here?
Well, the Hobbs family believed that the statute says you have to make wine. And the Hobbs family had sent their wine out to another producer to make still wine and then brought it back and converted it from still wine to sparkling wine. Under federal law, that is making wine. Because under federal law, you can't, there's a higher tax on sparkling wine than there is on still wine. And even though New York recognizes that difference also, and even though it recognizes that difference, in New York, there's no difference in tax. The licensee believed that they were making way more than 50 gallons of wine, but they were making it by converting it. The Liquor Authority apparently takes the position that they want to see 50 gallons made on the farm. So even though we thought what was going on before was legal, and frankly, I still do, we don't want to, we put in a conditional no contest plea. We've offered $10,000. I would appreciate it if you would lower it, but they're prepared to pay it.
Can we take a break?
All right. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
I guess.
Yep.
Sure.
We'll go to a brief recess, conference with council. You guys can go.
Where do we
We
go?
have a room down there.
We have a room down here? We're gonna go across the hall because I'm gonna use.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, let's make this we want to make this a restful break at 2? Yes.
We'll just go on a brief recess.
What the big question for us today is whether it's federal license or not. And we're saying I'm going to make sure that I mention that. That is not going to be top of the Brentwood. Right, so give me the expiration again. It expired 11.
Until last September. And they mentioned but the this application is not a continuation.
So they they're seeking one step.
Yeah, prove that. Well, the community was not supposed to that was the recommendation to us.
Understood. So today the question is, do they get this license? So I will mention that the license expired November 30th.
And they found the application is that
I was trying to look at the.
It's been like.
says that basically like this should give consumption of license.
I think where we came out.
Oh, you went and read it?
Is there any EQ on these microphones in here? That mic has like a 600-700 feedback to it.
Okay.
No.
I'm not the one to talk.
Oh, that's right. It's not your keeping.
Talk to Kim.
I just did. What's he talking about?
Is this microphone, do they have any EQ on them? Because there's like a 700.
Oh, I don't know.
Megahertz feedback to it.
And next time for a conference of council, there's
For residents, it drives around to that. Absolutely. We're talking about also. I want to make sure we're covering all of those. Okay, I'd rather more of course.
Oh, you didn't even sit down?
I haven't been standing here the whole time, but when you came back and you sat down, I thought I should be here.
Donald, okay, go ahead.
All right.
So I was about to say
One
that.
second, sorry. We're
Oh,
back
I'm
on the
sorry.
record after a brief recess and conference with council.
Can I just ask you a question? When the wine came back, is that a drinkable product?
Yes, except that what they do to it is they put what's called a dosage.
But it's not bottled.
I understand that it is not bottled because I understand that they put the dosage in and lay it down at the winery, but I don't know that for sure, and I don't want to misrepresent. In any event, if I may, as soon as it became clear that council's office felt that there was a need to make the 50 gallons on the premises, they immediately started to make the 50 gallons on the premises. At the same time, we are exploring getting a alternating premise license at another location. This is a family farm. It has been a family farm forever, and they had no intention of violating the law in any way. And as soon as they found out that the Liquor Authority felt that the way they were operating was not consistent with what they were supposed to do, they changed immediately. They'll continue to make the 50 gallons on the premises and continue to look for other ways to satisfy the Liquor Authority. They put in a conditional offer of $10,000, which is what was recommended by council's office, and that's what I have to say.
All right, I'm gonna go to 5,000.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the record that this is a CNC, so we're not having a full hearing on the facts. That's all I'll say.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, 5,000.
5,000.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good
And
night.
again, it's a pleasure to be before you.
Nice to see you.
All right, next is 705 MONEYGOROUND Inc. I believe we have opposition and the applicant here, correct? Or I know several people signed in.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Frank Palillo. Nice digs.
Nice to see you in person.
Introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Michael Cummings.
Maria Devitt.
Hi, I'm Ryan Levine.
And where's Laura?
Laura is not well. Laura's not well.
Okay.
I'm going to step aside and let the opposition speak.
$705, right? Yeah.
Good morning. Leona Krasner on behalf of the opposition, and with me here today, you can each step down and say your names, first name, last name.
Bob Crozier.
Can you just quickly explain why you're here? Like you live close to here? Or?
We all live on the block. There's
Okay.
8 of us from Eldridge Street. And I live at 246 Eldridge Street.
246?
Yes.
Okay. That's diagonally across the street or exactly across
Kind
the
of.
street?
There's only 7 buildings on the block. Across the street is a parking. I have the building on the east side. It's the only single family
So it's all right there.
Got it.
Pablo Garcia, 249 Eldridge Street, corner of Houston and Eldridge.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Neil Freilich. I live at 237 Eldridge Street, which is one building over from the prospective bar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Meryl Boskert. I live at 237 Eldridge Street, which is one building over from the proposed site, and I live right on the front.
Okay. You face Eldridge Street. On what floor?
I'm on the 5th floor.
5th floor.
And I'm Joe Ferrucci at 237 Eldridge.
Hi, Margaret Cho, 246 Eldridge Street.
Hello, Adrian Guys, 235 Eldridge Street.
235.
Good morning, Chairman, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Robert Graff. I'm president of the First Street Block Association. We're located on First Street between First and Second Avenue, and I'm here in support of the Eldridge Street Block Association's opposition to the Money-Go-Rounds liquor license application.
Thank you. And do you have a number of members or that you're representing or?
We have a standing policy to oppose any liquor license within our area. Our area is saturated with them, and it's created an element of chaos on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. So I can honestly say that I represent my block, which is up from 20 to 30 members when we come to vote on issues of our block.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, make it, yeah.
Good morning again. And so my clients, who are the Eldridge Street Block Association, are firmly seeking for the NYSLA to deny Money-Go-Round Inc.'s application for an on-premise liquor license for Money-Go-Round Inc. For a number of reasons, as expressed in our papers, but more specifically, regarding the 500-foot rule. 4 licenses are currently in existence within 400 feet of the tavern seeking renewal of their license. Also, I understand that their prior license expired on November 30th, 2019. There hasn't been an active license since. I understand that they applied for a license August 2021. Regarding the effects of granting the license on traffic, in third-party affidavits that you all have received, as well as some testimony you'll hear today, we have folks in the community having to be forced to drive around until the wee hours of the morning in order to attempt to find parking spots, dodging visibly drunk people, arguing, having fights, urinating, drawing graffiti, and several of the folks here physically being harassed, menaced, and in certain cases harmed physically by those people who frequent this establishment. Regarding the existence...
Frequent this establishment?
I have frequented this establishment in the past, yes.
This location, you mean?
This location, yes.
It's been closed since 2019, though.
The prior location when it was open. And so there's fear, rightfully so, that these issues will occur again should the liquor law license be granted today. Regarding the existing noise level at the location, the prior location when it was open, this location kept residents up until the wee hours of the morning, and some of the residents are quite elderly and not well. This exacerbated their health conditions. And there have already previously been violations, which have been part of our application, due to the level of noise of the prior occupant.
Well, that's actually, unless our information is wrong, those violations weren't with us. They have violations, but there was no noise violations.
Understood. That may have been with the EPA.
You have a minute left.
Thank you. And there's a history of liquor violations and reported criminal activity at the proposed premises, which is detailed further in our reports.
No, there really isn't. I mean, there is a disorderly, back from 2006. But the other violations were for improper notification for renewals, mostly. And there was a corporate issue for which it was canceled, but not really.
At least in our records.
We don't have any charges in our records for any noise violations or even any noise complaints that the State Liquor Authority didn't investigate.
If the board will take a look at at Exhibit C, there were a number, over 100 calls made to 311 that were complaints lodged, largely related to the loud music and parties that were taking place at this premises prior.
That may be true, and what we just said is also true. There are times when, even though there's a flurry of 311 calls, we don't know about them. They don't come to us. It's up to law enforcement to either refer them to us or for the neighbors to complain to us. So it's very possible that it was two ships passing in the night, but we're just saying we don't have a record of any noise complaints that we ever dealt with for the location. And Commissioner Ford is correct. The reason that the license in that location was canceled is because the corporation was dissolved for not paying their taxes. It wasn't because of any misconduct that took place at the premises.
Understood, and that is not our position.
And you got about 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Certain community members would like to speak. I'm not certain whether there's time for that.
They can speak. I don't want, but we can't repeat ourselves.
Understood. They'll be speaking about particular incidents that they have witnessed. Not all of them will speak. So those of you who wish to share what has gone on, specific incidents, may do so. Please state your first name, last name, and just the incident. Thank you.
My name is Adrian Gines. I live at 235 Eldridge, Apartment 3. My windows are on the front. My wife is 75 years old. She's very ill. She had 3 heart operations. And there's constant smoke from them sitting on line out there, right, coming up through our windows. And fights, and they even break the girl across the street that came out the bar. It's like really noisy. And of course, like she said, there's no parking. It's hard when you come home from work and you can't find a parking spot. You got to sit up there at 2 o'clock in the morning. My wife constantly gets up because she can't take all the noise. She don't get no sleep. She just came out the hospital yesterday, again, because she can't breathe. If they start smoking outside, she's going to get worse. We can't open our windows to get fresh air because of the people outside at night. They fight. I don't know. They come out of the bar fighting and everything else. I was walking down the street to come home one day. One guy pushes me. I'm 70 years old. What the hell are you doing pushing me? You know? It's crazy. It's just crazy. And then they make the line in front of the building. You can't even get in the house. I go to get to the door. I say, excuse me, about 10 times. Finally, somebody moves so I could go into my building so I could be able to get to my apartment.
Okay,
It's really too wacko.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak?
Yes. Just to remind you, there's only 7 buildings on this block, and there are 4 liquor licenses already. You have given 4 out. This would be the 5th. When we talk about the amount of disruption, we're talking about hundreds of people. There's only 250 of us in our buildings. There are 200 to 300 people on the street smoking, vomiting. My building has been graffitied. I just got it cleaned off. The only other thing is we had an incident of a sexual assault coming out of this area, and they put up stadium-type lighting in the parking lot. So now our entire block is this white stadium lighting. It's absolutely horrible. I hope you reject it.
I live across the street and I can see the 3 nightclubs from my bedroom window on the 2nd floor. I have double pane windows that are supposedly soundproof, and I can hear the noise from the crowds, the patrons, the doors open, the music is thumping, they're congregating outside, hooting, hollering, laughing, and it's very difficult to sleep. It's noisy, it's disruptive.
Hi, it's hard for me just to talk about on a personal level because I kind of wrote a speech, but I will keep it personal. So I have lived on in my building since 1980, and I've seen the neighborhood change dramatically. Some for the better, it's become more diverse. We've had families, influx, diverse commercial spaces, sanitation was better. But around 2008, when the saturation of liquor licensing started in our neighborhood, everything started to deteriorate. There's garbage, there's like, they don't pick their garbage up, the sanitation department or their private contractors don't come. There's people that are drunk, loud in the streets. They yell it, there's fights, there's yelling, loud music blasting out of open doors. So our community wants to support good neighbor businesses. We want diversity on our block. We have several storefronts. Of them, right now, 4 have liquor licenses. If liquor licenses continue to be saturated on our block and our neighborhood, it drives the rent up because these businesses that push alcohol pay high rents, and it stops other small business storefronts from being able to compete in that market. And it destroys the possibility of small retail shops opening in these storefronts. Storefronts are not made for clubs and nightclubs. They're made for retail, and we
I'm gonna
do
ask you to wrap
support
it
them.
up. We do have a lot
Okay,
of people
so
to get.
that's what I will say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
I'm 75 years old, and I'm just concerned that what the future might bring. We're
Did you
right.
go already, sir?
Sorry?
Oh, you haven't? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No. Could you state your name too, please?
Pablo Garcia.
Okay.
We live right across the street from a NYCHA residence. So all these bars are facing, all these kids are, they're now with the trend of social equity, equity justice. It's not and there's so many other needs there for senior citizens, for cultural arts, which we had at one time. We don't want to cater to people coming from outside the neighborhood, disrupting the lives of the people that are already there.
Yeah, yes, Robert Graff from First Street Block Association.
You did speak before, sir.
I just introduced myself.
Okay, all right.
Yes. We see this application as as producing yet another wave in the tsunami-like flood of bar noise that sweeps into our neighborhood every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. No longer confined to bars, under the Overland Restaurants program, drunken crowds of patrons are out in our streets screaming and yelling. I emphasize this till way past 4 a.m. in the morning. Anyone with an apartment who happens to be overlooking the street can forget about getting a good night's sleep. So too can their children. This is an intolerable situation that will only get worse if this license is approved. We therefore respectfully request that you deny this application. Thank you.
Did any of you folks speak before the community board when they went before the CB, and you expressed your same objections?
Yes.
Thank you.
And did you guys come to the 500-foot hearing? Because
This would have been
our ALJ
No, we don't.
actually,
Look, we don't.
oh,
still not.
did they submit?
I don't know if they submitted.
ALJ?
We did submit, our lawyer, Mr. Cannon, did submit. There was an issue on their end with getting our application. We did all the affidavits, we did all the paperwork, we submitted it on time. I don't know what happened, but there has been some mix-up on that.
So you feel like the ALJ did not consider
They absolutely did not consider it. We know that.
Right, they didn't respond to it.
They didn't respond to this. And by the way, at the Community Board 3 hearing, they told us that their lawyer.
Could you go up to the microphones to make sure we capture all this, please? Thank you.
At the Community Board hearing, Community Board 3 hearing, we saw that you had put out that bar license was inactive. And we said, Yes, the actual owner of this old bar lives in California now. He's gone, he didn't have the lease. The first time I'm hearing about taxes, doesn't matter. So all this time has gone by. They told us that inactive doesn't mean that the license isn't still awarded. It's just not true. He was gone. And so there has been a long separation, and we feel that we are in the 500-foot
Well, I mean,
rule.
it's not necessarily false, though. When the corporation goes in unregistered, frequently it's unknown to the owner that it has failed to pay its taxes or whatever, and that the state has dissolved the corporation. We didn't in this case because he must have decided not to open, but we do allow them to reestablish the corporation with the license still in existence.
That's
This
what-
individual did not
Right.
choose to go that route.
Correct, and we brought that up in Community Board 3, that he is actually living in California. So there was a huge separation here, and
Well,
they-
there's plenty of people that own restaurants here that live in California. But I'm
No,
just
but
telling
he
you
was-
that it's not necessarily the straight rule.
He didn't have a lease, he didn't have a liquor license.
Well, the lease
We
would be a
qualify
problem.
for the 500-foot rule. We did all of our paperwork, we submitted it on time. We don't know what happened on that end of you not getting that
Well,
particular
we
report.
did hear everything today, so we got it all.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Palillo.
I have some people here who would like to speak, but I would like the opportunity to address some of the statements that were just made.
I don't know how you can, because
Okay.
the statements that were just made seem to be that I don't care what bar this is, we're not putting one here.
That's the conclusion, but can I just address how we get to that conclusion?
Yes, because I think we all up here know, but maybe your clients.
The Exhibit C, the attorney refers to the 311 complaints, are focused on 249 Eldridge Street, which is not these premises. To stand here and say that the premises is a bad license history or 311 complaints is completely disingenuous. For this gentleman to say that all of these people were at the community board meeting, clearly they've forgotten that I was there also by Zoom. 2 of them were at the community board meeting. It is true. In addition to that, the statement there are 4 liquor licenses on the block is patently false. There are 3 liquor licenses on the block and 1 wine and beer license. Having said all that, I would ask that the people who are here to speak in support be given that opportunity.
Sure. Sure.
Please, if you've already spoken, give the people who are speaking now the same respect they gave you, and just allow them to speak without responding to each thing they say.
In fact, you guys can sit down. If we need to hear from you again, we'll call you.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm Jonathan Zolman. I live at 162 Avenue B, right above Dream Baby, where Maria, one of the partners of.
I'm sorry, 162 Eldridge?
Avenue B. This is
162 Avenue B.
Yes, this is above another bar that Maria manages. So I'm just here to, give some testimony on the way that she has conducted business and that it has not affected my quality of life in any kind of negative way. I've lived directly above the bar that she runs for about 6 years now. There's never been a noise issue for us. The clientele seems to be notably more respectful and restrained than other businesses in the East Village. And I have nothing but good faith in her and her team that they would be a respectful business and good neighbor on Eldridge Street. So that's all from me.
Does she use DJs in her other bar?
Yes, on Fridays and Saturday nights.
And what floor do you live on?
I live on the 2nd floor, so it's directly above the bar.
And your windows face the front?
They face the front, correct.
Okay. There is an outdoor cafe that's right outside your window, is that right?
Yes.
And that belongs to her, she's using that?
On and off, depending on the weather and things like that, but yes.
And has that been additional disturbance, just be honest?
No.
No?
It hasn't. I think that people are extra respectful, and I think that she's also spent a lot of time sitting out there making absolutely certain that people are being respectful.
What's the capacity of that bar?
It's 150,
And what's the capacity here?
72, 74.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Ava,
And this is Xylus, and we live at 166, right next door to Dream Baby. And I've been in that apartment building for 17 years. I've seen a lot of businesses on the block come and go. And it was really important for me to come here. It's not easy or convenient to come with a baby all the way up here, but I really love Maria. I love her staff. They've been incredible. They probably single-handedly warded off my postpartum depression. Just going downstairs and seeing friendly faces. The customers also are very often regulars, so you see familiar faces. Her staff helps me in the door with the stroller all the time. And my apartment actually is facing the back, but the place that was there before, I could hear them loud and clear from my apartment. I never hear Dream Baby. It's never been a problem. They're really, I don't know, they must be very careful with the soundproofing, but it's never been an issue. And it's just great. She's amazing. Her staff is amazing. And there's no doubt in my mind she's an asset. Oh, also, we had his first birthday party there. It was going to rain in the park. Okay. And days before, I said, oh, no, it's going to rain. And Maria offered to have his first birthday party there. They let me set up balloons, and we had a blast. So, yeah. So
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Danielle Cross. I also live on 162 Avenue B. I am on the first floor. I also have windows that face the street. I've never had any issues with noise, garbage, rude people. Maria has always kept it under control. She manages that place very well. And I second everything the person before me said.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Fozzie Butt. I live on 166 Avenue B, also next door. I'm just on the second floor above that. I face the street on the side above. I've never really had any complaints. I've lived in the East Village for almost 20 years. I've lived in this apartment for 7 or 8. Maria's always been a wonderful thing to see downstairs, sort of saved my pandemic year just by walking through. It's like I've never had any noise complaints. I'm a light sleeper and very sort of particular. So I would support any new business that they're probably doing and be sure it would not be any sort of trouble to the neighborhood, any sort of noise or messy drunk sort of way. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi there, I'm Raimi Bennett, and I live on 249 Eldridge Street. So I have mainly been the person responsible for calling 311 on the bar below me, which is the Rumpus Room and used to be Sapphire Lounge, and have dealt with horrors on the street, really disruptive, out of control. So I am definitely a #1 proponent of bringing responsible businesses into the neighborhood and onto the block. And I've worked with Maria and Michael and people who've owned this bar in the past. I would vouch for them 100% that this is going to be a sophisticated, intimate bar. It's not going to be rowdy. They're going to respect the neighborhood, respect the people living there. I have a personal relationship with them. I know that I can communicate with them. I really think it's important to.
How do you know them?
Through like friends, family. I've worked with them. I've worked with Mike.
Oh, you're in the hospitality business?
On and off, yeah, but like Mike and I have worked on different music projects together. It's the vibe and the nature of the crowd and the people there. It's very low key, it's cool, it's sophisticated, it's neighborhood, it's not raucous, fighting, drunken, so I vouch for them, and I would be really happy if they were on the block.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katiana Braga. I live at 235 Eldridge Street, right above the bar that is going to be open.
What floor?
First floor, face at the front.
Second floor.
Yeah, second floor.
Okay.
I see differently from the other people. I come home late at night, and the street is very desert, very empty, very dark, and I don't feel safe coming home. Like the other day, I actually saw this individual across the street masturbating. Thank God I was in a cab because I asked him to watch me kept coming in, and it's just not safe. I know I have met her a couple of times downstairs, taking care of everything, and I am sure that's gonna be a completely different situation than the other one. I completely approve. I think that our street needs more lights, more people. You know, I feel more safe this way. Also, the other places, I don't hear any noise. There are securities at the door all the time, at the club in the corner. The other bar is very sophisticated also. There is no noise. It's just life, you know,
Yeah.
need some life in my street. Like, I
Yeah.
don't feel safe
Well,
at
so
all.
far, I haven't heard anyone say the bass is rocking my bed, which is what I'm looking to hear. if
Yeah.
They are really complaining.
So
I haven't heard that yet.
Tatiana, is that your name? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. Is the place vacant right now? Has it been vacant since we canceled the license in 2019? What's there now?
Nothing.
Yes, there's nothing there now.
It's just a vacant, empty storefront right now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, which
All
is
right.
problematic for a different reason.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
So you said that Laura is unwell, sir.
I did.
Is she just unwell today or just generally unwell? Should I be concerned about the other 5 licenses that she holds?
Laura has been stepping back for years. If you allow me, I asked her to detail her medical condition. She argued with me, but Commissioner, you asked, so I'm going to explain it. And I'm going to apologize for things that I can't pronounce. That medical degree eluded me. Triple negative breast cancer that has metastasized in my liver, prolactinoma and adrenal tumors. And she does suffer from long haul COVID, but that's because of the other issues.
So she's basically,
Stepping back.
and the financial,
She's the financial end of this, yes.
Right.
I have to say, am I too close to this mic?
yeah, you're fine.
I have to say that we had a community board meeting, August, September. And both members of the Eldridge Street Block Association did appear. We had a much broader method of operation in mind. We were 4 a.m. with DJs all the time, private parties and things like that. And the Block Association made their concerns known at the meeting. Maria voluntarily agreed, cut the hours back to 2 a.m. 7 days a week, limit the number of private parties to 6 a year, month, 6 a month, sorry. And DJs only on the weekends. We are making every attempt to be a good neighbor in this block.
6 a month, that's basically
Maria does a lot.
almost every Friday, Saturday.
Maria does a lot of work with musicians, and there are a lot of album drops and things like that. So this is why the business is, there's also fashion people. There's book parties, there's things like that, and this is why, we're not saying that all of those events are buyouts, though. We're not talking about closing the entire premises.
Well, it's only got an occupancy of what, 74?
Correct.
So it's not a big place to begin with.
It's
a
not.
small place.
It's not, but, you know, there's a lot to be said for the private party, because people don't stand out on the street waiting to get in. They're all expected, they're guests. But the bottom line is that it won't be, that community board does characterize private parties as any portion of the premises. For our purposes, it wouldn't be the entire premises, probably 4 to 5 times more likely. The community board listened to the Block Association. There's no question that the community board listened. And the community board, that community board, I think you might all agree, is potentially the most difficult community board in the city. And when they mean difficult, they say it in an admiring way. They police them.
I think they get sober.
They monitor their neighborhood. They know their neighborhood. And they also recognize that there was a bar at this premises for 20 years that had 1 or 2 minor disciplinary charges. We ask that you grant this license based on the stipulations that Community Board 3 and the applicant crafted, with input from the Eldridge Street Block Association.
So you're Maria.
Maria.
You're Ryan.
Michael.
You're Michael, and you're Ryan. Sorry to get you guys mixed up there. You took
Happens all
offense
the
there
time.
for a second. He goes, I'm not that guy. So the 3 of you are basically going to be running this place.
Yes, yes.
Laura maintains a residence in Greenport.
Tell her we send her best as well, by the way.
She's a fighter.
I don't have any more questions.
Are the members ready to vote?
Hold on a second. What was the language that was used about the DJ?
The community board.
What did you agree
The
to?
community board, Friday and Saturday nights only.
Yeah, but the level of the sound, there was actual term that was used in
Was there?
the ALJ report. I'm trying to.
Closed fix, no open doors, windows except entrance door closed by 10 p.m. or when amplified music is playing.
Hold on a second.
DJ. Yeah, it says I have.
Oh, I got it.
10 p.m. Right.
Volume levels that will never exceed ambient background music. That's what you said at the 500-foot hearing. That's okay?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Like you heard us
All
say
right.
to the previous. I'm sorry.
Sorry. No. Do you have more questions?
You heard us say to the previous applicant, there just shouldn't be loud music.
Right.
Make it not an issue.
Yeah.
Well, I also heard it say that I'm not see you here again. So I'm
Say
gonna
that.
take that also.
Yes.
I don't mean that in a bad way. Just operate your
No,
business.
I understand
Then we
what you
don't come
meant.
back for a different reason. Okay. So I just want to thank everybody for showing up. I realize that this is mind-boggling. It's stressful. This is your home, and you don't want crowds to come there. I get all of that. But like one of the people in support said, who clearly understand our job here, is to try to mediate this situation and make sure that the landlord's rights are protected. Somehow they are allowed to operate a business like this here. And so our goal here is really to find the right operator. I am encouraged by the people that live close to her other location, Maria's other location, Dream Baby. She has, multiple neighbors that have come up and said that they have not been disturbed by their operation. And so I hope that you will join me in investing and just hoping that they would put their best foot forward and understand your objection and your distaste for this and become good neighbors. And with that, I am going to vote to approve with the following conditions. 2 a.m. across the board, security guards on the weekends, DJs on Fridays and Saturdays, and night before federal holidays, but only at ambient level, as you had told our 500-foot hearing. There's absolutely to be no sidewalk use. I don't care if there's press, I don't care if you're doing a step and repeat, I don't care. It's gotta all be inside. That's right.
Commissioner Ford?
And when she says DJs, to be clear, what I interpret that, what I'm going to insist on is that, as it says here in the stipulations, DJs, yes, but for the ambient recorded background sound, that's it. Not like thumping and humping, just background music. When you hear the word DJ, you tend to
Yeah.
think something else. But if it's somebody who's just running a
Laptop.
music, something like that.
Just running a playlist.
You're gonna have the security on weekends and doorman, security, whatever, to make sure there's no hanging around outside, loitering like that. I do think that having a vacant place occupied is better than having it unoccupied. Just my personal opinion. And as long as everybody there is organized. So I'm going to vote to approve as well, incorporating all the stipulations that you agreed upon with the community board, who did not object, obviously.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to deny. There's 17 licenses within 500 feet, on-premise licenses. Based on my experience with this neighborhood, this place is not providing anything unique that's not already down there, and there's no question that they have enough licenses in this neighborhood, so I'm voting to deny for lack of public interest.
You've been approved, so.
Thank you for your vote. Can I just ask Commissioner Fan for clarification? I heard the no outside space. Supposedly, the city is going to be promulgating new rules for the outdoors. I would ask for the permission to, 6 months to a year down the road, come back if we are eligible to do that under New York City law.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Let me also say to the neighbors that it's clear that 311 calls sometimes don't get to us. So if for some reason you believe that this new licensee is not following what you heard they're supposed to follow today, send your complaints to us and we will investigate.
Mr. Palillo just broke our new furniture.
I purposely was trying to break Mr. Meyerhoff's. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna pull this one up. 751 Room 100 Corp. So Ms. Tavares, she had requested an interpreter. Apparently there was an issue with our interpreter service and they weren't able to secure one or something happened. So if you need to adjourn to 511.
No, we are adjourning.
Yeah.
She asked for one, you can't say no at this point.
That's 751.
Yeah.
Lo van a poner para otro día.
511.
Turn to 5.
Yeah.
We've already told them that we need the interpreter for May 11th, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. We can't, you can't unask for an interpreter. I mean, once you've asked for it, we gotta have it.
Okay. No, he says he needs it. He would be more comfortable.
So 511.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also gonna pull this one because even though they didn't request an interpreter, I believe they've told Jonathan they needed one. 731 El Tunnel Restaurant and Tapas Bar Inc. I don't know if they.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Franco Mora, and I'm here to help the interpreter
You're here for what?
to translate him.
So he does not need an interpreter, you're gonna do it?
Yeah.
Okay, we can still go
you
ahead
wanna
and,
go?
since
Okay.
they're up. 731.
Who are you? Are you his brother, friend, what?
No, I just have a friend.
Okay.
Well.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead, Donald, or I'm sorry, go ahead.
Para el método de operación. He's thinking to get standard operation until 4 a.m.
So he's asking, he right now has 2 a.m. closed, no DJs, live music or promoters. And he wants 4 a.m. every night, a DJ, karaoke, recorded and live music, plus a security guard. And he's gonna drop the jukebox, is that correct?
That's correct.
But now he's not translating.
Yeah, you gotta translate all that.
Él dice que si tú vas a tener DJ en vivo, personas cantando, va a tener artistas y todo eso. Que si tú vas a dejar la otra parte que he said yes.
Am I correct that the community board approved these changes?
Yes.
They don't oppose.
Yes, approves of this. No, it says they approve of this liquor license change of recorded karaoke, DJ, live music between hours of 2 to 4 a.m. Wednesday, Friday with no steps. Also grant 30-day waiver.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a February 16, 2022 letter.
All
All right,
right.
since the community board supports you, I'm going to vote in the affirmative, 4 a.m. Plus DJ, karaoke, recorded and live music and security guard.
Thank you. Ella aprueba que te den hasta las 4 de la mañana, o como la comunidad, el miembro del board de la comunidad lo aprobó, ella lo aprobó.
Go ahead,
And
Commissioner Ford.
Commissioner Ford.
Approved. I'll approve as well. Good luck.
Él también aprueba.
Gracias.
All right.
He said thank you very much and thank you for coming back.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Gracias.
All right, so next is 734, that's LUCA Brentwood Road Corp.
Go ahead.
Good morning, members. I'm Patrick DeLuca. This is my client, Jose Fuentes. This is an application for a high-end Mexican restaurant, white tablecloth, closing at 11 on weekdays and 12 on weekends. My client has 3 other restaurants already. He doesn't have adverse history, and we're here to answer any questions that you have.
I don't know. Is he open right now?
He
Without alcohol?
opened without liquor for a while, but he closed about 3 weeks ago to do more renovation.
And how'd he find this place?
Oh, God, he owns 3 other places.
Can he answer or is-
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. How did you find out about this one?
How did I find it?
How did you find out about this location being available?
With the landlord.
Okay, the landlord contacted him.
How do you know the landlord?
Because he's a real estate and
Speak to me.
yeah, he's a real estate offices and that's how I met him.
In Brentwood, you know him from the area, you mean?
Yes.
And
He has 3 other restaurants, so they know his family. And
I know,
his
and the
brother.
thing that concerns me is the previous license here was canceled a year ago
Nightmare.
for drugs.
Nightmare.
Yeah,
he-
but he has a
no.
violation involving drugs.
Where?
In one of his places in 2006. That's why I'm asking. It was not sustained. It was it went to
all
hearing,
right.
but there were drugs on the premises.
Oh, I can't address that. I don't really know. I just know that they have 3 other locations between him and his brother Max. They're not bar people, they're restaurant people.
All right, I'm done. We can vote.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I'm gonna vote to approve. Midnight across the board, recorded
Oh, thank you.
music only.
Yeah.
You want dancing, right?
No.
No dancing? No dancing.
No dancing and.
No
and-
promoters, manager, and security guard is needed, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I will vote to approve under the same conditions.
Chairman Bradley?
I will vote as well.
2.
I'm sorry, I'll vote to approve as well under the same conditions.
Thank you.
You both vote as well.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
You've been approved.
Thank you.
Next is 728, 41 Murray Restaurant Corp.
728.
I just checked. It's good afternoon. I reiterate what my colleague said before. Glad to see you guys back in this room, and especially with me, you can throw things at me. You can do what you've done in the past. But Martin Mailer, Buscemi, I have standing next to me Barry Lipsitz. The reason we are here before you today is we explained what we wanted to do in front of the community board. They did not want us to have the hours we wanted because there was. We sort of conceded that we would go for lesser hours if they would approve. Because they didn't approve, Mr. Lipsitz would like to have a straight 4 a.m. License. And his reputation should allow for something like that. He's on the block already. He has either owned or managed gentlemen's clubs for at least 30 to 40 years. Maybe 1 or 2 times in all of the places. There've been some problems, not major problems. What was ironic about the meeting before the community board was that they recognized Mr. Lipsitz. They recognized that the establishment he runs, which happens to be down the block, this one's 41, that's 59 Murray Street, has been exemplary, that they welcome the 9-foot security person that's in front of that place. All he wants to have here is a restaurant and sports bar. The premises has a couple of levels to it. He doesn't intend to be outside. He doesn't intend to have promoters. He doesn't intend to have DJs or any of that. He wants a restaurant, and he wants to have a number of television screens so that you can come in and watch a game. The sound doesn't necessarily have to be on, but it's very simple. He'd like to be open until 4 a.m. The community board didn't want him to be open until 4 a.m., and that's why we're here. And if you have any questions.
What kind of business is 59 Murray?
59 Murray is a gentleman's club.
Gentlemen.
The name of it's changed. It used to be Private Eyes. It's now called Flash Dancers. He owns another establishment,
I know that
which is also Flash Dancers, but used to be known as Private. I'm sorry,
New York Dolls.
New York Dolls is the one at 59 Murray. Private Eyes is the one that's in Midtown. And you know, it's ironic. I've gone with him to other community boards, and the only question they had of him was, "You're not going to change your method of operation, are you? We want what you got going because we recognize you run an establishment that doesn't cause any problems, that adds security to the area because of the security that he does maintain." Again, CB1 recognized him for what he was, but said, no, we're not going till 4.
So at the community board, you told them you wanted 3 a.m.?
Yeah, well, we told them that we compromised at 3 a.m., but they said no.
Well, I mean, because obviously this community board ends up in front of us a lot. Didn't they tell you that this is generally for new licensees, what the hours they always approve are?
I'm not,
So
yes.
it's not against him, it's the policy that they have, and then they invite him to come back in a year.
Right, but again, it's not worth it to him to just start at 2 a.m. He needs the 4 a.m. closing. Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely correct in what you said. That's their policy. But again, if you have an absolute policy, despite the fact that he does have a proven track record, which they recognized, I mean, come on, there are exceptions to that.
I don't disagree with the policy that when everybody knows what they're dealing with when they go in, right? You know you're going to apply in that area. You know that they have this policy. That's what you should be thinking you're going to deal with.
I hear you.
And then they do invite you to come back.
Did you not advise the community board that you'd close at 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday? It says 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday?
No, but that was after compromise. We walked in saying 4 a.m.
Okay.
They insisted no. And then we did agree to 2 to 3 if they would approve. They didn't want to approve the 3 a.m. So at this point, we're under no obligation to comply with whatever we said before the community board, in the sense that we didn't want it in the first place, but we were willing to compromise.
No, but it goes against your argument that he has to have 4 o'clock when he's already offered not to take 4 o'clock.
He would
Apparently
have
thinks he can make a viable business at those hours.
2 or 3, right?
Yeah.
Well,
It's showing that you're investing $75,000. You're telling me that he has multiple businesses.
right. The $75,000. It's turnkey. It used to be Rosa Mexicana. There's no need to do anything in the place
Okay,
except
so
put
there's not, it's not a huge amount of risk as far as, it's not like you're doing a build out and starting from scratch here. I mean, because the 500-foot hearing came out against you, in theory, I can't even say yes. So why don't we just agree 2 a.m., you start for the first year and then come back?
I hear what you're saying. I'd
Let's
have to
just
discuss
go
with my
there
client, but-
because otherwise it's a no. So I'm gonna vote 2 a.m. across the board, background music only. No promoters. Security guards, managers as needed.
I hear you. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to approve as well, but there's some discrepancies between the establishment questionnaire and the public interest questionnaire regarding number of tables and seats. You don't have to explain it here. It's just something I want you to clear up, licensing.
I hear you. I understand.
But approved.
I'll approve under the same conditions as well.
All right, thank you. I'll have to discuss with my client.
Next is 686 Swallow Montauk LLC.
Again, Martin Mailer of Mailer and Buscemi. This is a conditional no contest.
What number?
Because of conditions within the premises, the licensee who had first pleaded not guilty and wanted a hearing, at this point does not want a hearing, just wants to end this thing. I suggest that the penalty this was suggested by counsel's office, that it was somewhat steep, but the licensee will accept it. But if it's within,
So see, and that this is nothing against you, sir, because I don't know you. Obviously, I don't even think I've seen you before. But I think it was your partner, not you, correct, who wrote the letter?
what letter?
The letter regarding this. This is 686, right?
686.
No, I wrote it. I mean,
All right, so-
the conditional
Yeah,
no contest.
and you're sitting there in your letter indicating that it's almost like you're swallowing hard while you take a CNC to the drug charge. Well, let me tell you what the drug charge was.
I know
because you seem to have a misunderstanding that the drug sales never occurred in the restaurant. His employee was interviewed by the police and made it very, very crystal clear that not only was he selling in the restaurant, but he had been doing it for 2 years.
Mr. Chairman,
And selling from the house that he rented for him.
Mr. Chairman, I read the same
Well,
reports
so
you
do you
read.
still find it hard to swallow taking a CNC to that? Because I'll send you to hearing. I don't care.
No, I don't want to go to hearing, and I don't want to try this case. But if you look at what was written, it was in dumpsters, it was in the bathroom. They made sure
Yeah,
that
the
it was
guy
on-
comes in, knocks on the door, and the guy goes out and sells it to him in the parking lot. You're telling me that a guy that's supervising a restaurant can't notice that over a 2-year period?
These were hand-to-hand transactions. Mr. Chairman, no, we don't want to go to a hearing. We want to settle this thing.
As far as
I
I'm
realize-
concerned, he's lucky he's got a license after that.
Well, what's the most interesting thing about what happened was the DA's reaction to all this, where the ADA who had the case said there's no nexus between the sales and the premises. So
I'm sorry, that is not what the DA said.
Well,
The DA
it's here.
said that they did not do a sting operation in the premises.
No.
That's all the DA said.
And
you've mischaracterized it in your letter, and you're doing it again.
No, I didn't
And let's be
mischaracterize.
honest, what they were selling. They were selling Oxycontin, they were selling Coke, and I believe they at one point were selling, I don't know if there was heroin or not.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to deny that there was sales. I am going to, again, I'm not even denying.
I know, but you have to, if you're asking for mitigation, in a case like this, the first thing I see when I see those charges and the amount of time it was going on, I think revoke and bond. You're asking us to accept money, which I have no problem doing, given his past history. He's been there for 10 years and he doesn't have a history. But don't sit there and not ask for, you're going to ask for mitigation by telling me that the charges you think you could win at a hearing? Well, then go to the hearing.
I can't win all of the charges, but the ones.
Well, if you lose that one, he's going to lose his license.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, this licensee has made it very clear to me that he will accept the penalty. He does not want to contest the charge, and I would ask that you accept the penalty that was proposed.
I'll accept.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll accept.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept as well.
Thank you. All right, you're good.
Next is 694 and 695, DIXDAW Corp.
I have the licensee with me. This was a hearing. I'm not going to contest the factual statements made by the ALJ. I will, in a sense, contest the legal decision she made, at least as to one of the charges, as it relates to improper conduct. Improper conduct is very clear. It's something that must occur within the premises and must be suffered and or permitted by the licensee. This ALJ made specific findings with respect to the 1066 violations, that there was no disorder, that there was no suffering and or permitting inside the premises. As to the other charges as it relates to the focal point.
Let me just ask if I understand your legal argument. You're saying because the disorderly premises charges were not sustained, then those events can't be used to support a focal point charge?
No, not focal point, improper conduct.
There is no improper conduct.
Sure there was. The
Failure to
failure
supervise?
I'm sorry, failure to supervise. Yes, that's the charge. I'm sorry. The failure to supervise is very clear. It says that the disorder or whatever you want to claim is not proper had to be suffered and or permitted by the licensee and had to occur within the premises. Yes, there were actions that took place outside that premises. Yes, there were gunshots fired at various times. I mean, the neighborhood is the neighborhood. He tries to run, and for the most part does run, a very orderly premises. Yes, there are things that occur, he immediately calls the police. He has
I love
he
how
has
you're
security.
characterizing, he's paid $35,000 in fines in 2 years. And he runs an orderly premise?
The disorderly part is not what the 35,000 was about. He was open after 2 o'clock, be it 10 minutes after 2, but he was open after 2 and had a number of, I think there were COVID violations and also local.
This is a lot, that's a lot of history in 2 years.
I need to respond to the legal point that Mr. Mailer is making. Let me just say that there are 2 separate standards that govern failure to supervise in disorderly premises. It's 2 different standards. So one does not bring with it the other necessarily. Number 2, you should count your clients lucky that you had an ALJ that, in my view, overly reads the case law on what suffering and permitting means. She teeters on the edge in saying that your client had to do something proactive to cause the disorder, and she doesn't have any evidence of that here. So the notion that that your client escaped 2 disorderly premises charges where there were bottles thrown inside and clearly a scuffle of some kind in both circumstances that then spilled out onto the street and led to gunfire, to say that that has nothing to do with what happened inside the premises or a failure to supervise, when similar conduct occurred already in 2019 and your client was already punished for that, I think that just goes too far. And as a legal matter, I don't think you're correct on that. So
Well,
that's
I
just
mean,
for the record. I suppose reasonable minds can disagree.
Exactly, that was my comment as well, but, and the charge, I mean, the section itself deals with suffering and or permitting within the premises. But, I mean, as you said, we may disagree, and one of us might be proven correct, but that's your prerogative. You have your right to say whatever you want.
All right, Donald, I think we're ready.
Commissioner Fan,
I'm a cancel and bond.
as to the charges, you adopting the,
Sustain 2 and 4 in the first proceeding and sustain 2 in the second proceeding.
As he said.
Commissioner Ford?
I can't take any more of your money, so I'm at cancel and bond as well.
And Chairman Bradley?
I was at cancel and bond on the last case, so I'm at cancel and bond today.
All right, thank you, and it's good to see people back.
You too.
Thank you.
Next is 732, New Hackensack Wine and Liquor LLC.
Hello, good evening, board.
Do we have opposition? Are you the applicant? Are you
Opposite.
opposition?
Yep.
Hold on, let's,
Is the applicant here? You're the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. Can you put your name on first? No, you guys.
Very well. Guy Parisi, representative for the applicant, and the applicant's sole manager is here.
Applicant Joffrey McKenzie, present.
Okay.
Thank you, board members.
Heath Patel, and this is my father, Mayank Patel. We are from FMP Wine and Spirit.
What's your name?
Heath Patel, H-I-T, Heath Patel.
Heath?
Yeah.
What's the name of your store?
FMP Wine and Spirit. Store name is Red Oaks Mill Wine and Liquor.
Okay, you're at the closest store?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We are here for the oppose the new purpose store near our current location. We bought this business over the year ago, put all over the saving to the purchase this store. We work very hard to make this business successful for us, but there the great competition already in area that makes very hard for small store to stay in the market, since we can't afford buy the deep discount products to the compete with the big store. As you can see, our sale hasn't improved as we were expected when we bought the store. Now, if the new store comes within the 1.5 mile from our store, we will be just hurt more and more. Our family is dependent on this business, so please, we like to ask the board member to please take the closer look of my store sales and competitions near us already. Please help us to stay in the business. We thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I just ask them one question? You guys bought this store how, 2 years ago?
No.
1 year ago?
1 year, March 2021.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Guy Parisi. Before the applicant speaks, I just would like to make a couple of points. While the post office of the applicant is Poughkeepsie, the store is actually in the town of Wappinger, and in the town of Wappinger, my understanding, has no other liquor store. So the protester is in another municipality. We also submitted petitions.
Doesn't change the distance. He's still 1.3 miles away.
Well, that doesn't change.
We don't have borders that they have to go and ID.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's
Particularly in Poughkeepsie, it all kind of melds together.
I know you know the area very well, Chairman. We submitted petitions from both the neighbors in support of this application, as well as the other businessmen and women in the mall. There are 122 parking spaces in this strip mall. The average household income within 3 miles is $102,903. The population within 3 miles is 30,070. And while we're sympathetic to the protester, the standard here is public good and convenience, and not to help other stores stay in business. The applicant would like to address the members.
Once again, good afternoon, members. My name is Joffrey McKenzie. I have 40 years' experience in the hospitality business. I currently help my brother manage a restaurant that's in the plaza. I've also worked for major corporations such as Pizzeria Uno's, Friendly's. We're like right in the middle of two stores, him being the closest. However, we're right closest to a complex that has over 200 rental properties. And we're also in the middle of two farms that have events, and we can definitely offer a public convenience of that. And there's a lot of other housings going in back of us. There's approximately 10 housings going up, private homes. That are upscale. And where we are with the parking lot has a convenience, not like a box store where you got to find a parking spot. You can park right in front of the store. The area is really, really being built up. It's shown that right a quarter mile down the block from us, there's a new mobile and a mobile mart convenience. And right next to that, they're building a traffic circle that shows that, you know, the area is really building up. Also in the plaza where I'm at, to have the store, there is a Oriental supermarket, and we intend to have many Oriental brands of wine and sake to complement them. And also,
grocery store that sell Asian products?
yes.
Thank you.
And we also are in touch with some of the local distilleries, such as a Newburgh distillery, that we're going to offer wine tastings within the store. And we're going to have a dedicated part where we'll have certain Asian wines, and at least 30% of our stock will have New York brands of wines and spirits.
So how are you doing this biz venture for $15,000?
Well, the store that I leased has a build out already. There's nothing to build out. I also obtained shelving from a auction, which was very minimal money. It was just $600 for the entire shelving.
Oh,
The
wow.
store went out of business. So there's really not much to do but, you know, stock the store, and I'm sure I have plenty of family members that will help me if I need some extra funding.
Wait, that concerns me. What?
41.
Say again?
You just said that there will be family members that will
If I
help you
needed to
if you
borrow
need-
some money, I could borrow some more money if the $15,000 was enough. And I'm sure with credit too, I'm very credit worthy that I can obtain other fundings if needed.
Okay, and, yeah.
If you do that, you need to let us know.
Sure, absolutely. No worries on that.
You filed an application with the financing that you have. If there's a change in that financing, you have a duty to inform us. That's the point.
Okay.
And you're not open on Sundays?
I could be open on Sundays. They do allow that in the town.
I'm just asking you if you're planning to be open on Sundays.
Oh, it's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And you said the restaurant is right next to this?
Yes.
All right, just make sure that the purchases are separate.
Absolutely separate, yes. I'm very familiar with that law.
That's really important.
Absolutely.
Please don't supply your
Absolutely,
restaurant with.
yes.
All right, and with that, I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to approve it as well, based on public convenience and advantage.
And Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you, board members. Appreciate it. Be well.
What number was that again? That was 7.
Next is 704, that's TRIBECA Hotel LLC, TRIBECA Lobby Bar LLC, PRIMO Management LLC, et al.
734.
704. 704.
Good afternoon. Oh, Joseph Levy here. Nice to see you all in person.
You too.
Here on behalf of the list of names that was just read off, specifically, I have with me Asa Shelley, principal of management company running the lobby bar area of this hotel in Tribeca. The application before you is an application to amend the hours of operation to extend operating time from the current closing time of 2 a.m. to a proposed closing time of 4 a.m. As you heard earlier from one of my colleagues, you guys are very familiar with this particular community board that does have this policy that the first-time operators, you agree to a 2 a.m. close, and if you are a good neighbor, you come back in the future and they are open to revisiting potentially later hours with you. What we're presenting today is a case where we had someone who did just that. Originally went to the community board back in 2017, saw at 4 a.m., they were knocked back to 2. They've been operating to 2 a.m., and as you've seen in the community board's letter and resolution, as very good neighbors and good contributors to the community, they went back to the community board to go and seek some extra time, having proven themselves, giving people in the neighborhood an opportunity to get to know them and their operation, and they were denied again. They cited their policy of not allowing licenses past 2 a.m. except for grandfathered places, yet they asked us to come back in another year just to see how we're doing. The question that I have is, if they're not willing to give us later hours because of their policy, what good is coming back in a year going to do? And they mention here that most of our operating time was during COVID, so it's not really a good yardstick. In reality, they've been operating since 2018. So they did have an opportunity to see us for a year and a half before COVID, and then how we've operated through COVID and post-COVID. And again, the application before you is for a space, the lobby bar space, which is ground floor and cellar level of an existing hotel. As I've mentioned, there's a hotel not one block on the other side of Chambers that has a 4 a.m. license 7 days a week.
What hotel is that?
That's the Smith Hotel.
And your hotel is the whole building?
Yes. The hotel is the whole building, but the space that we're talking about today and the space that ASA runs is the PRIMO space, which is the hotel lobby space.
All right, what about this? Is Serafina still there?
Yes. Serafina's still there. That's a separate application, separate serial number, not included within this one.
All right.
When I read this, I thought it was deja vu all over again. I mean, going back and forth to the board, what they're asking you to do is exactly what you've already done. And you've been open since 2018, no history, no adverse, anything. Yeah. Yeah. So,
Do you have any outdoor space?
No.
You don't do the streets, the open tables thing? Open restaurants, whatever it's
No, because that intersection, excuse me, that intersection is too tight, and the way that we're situated in the lobby doesn't make sense to serve in the street. It would just be, it would actually wouldn't work for us, so we've never requested that.
Okay.
Members ready to vote?
I really never want to go against the community board. But I think I agree with you here, Mr. Levy, that I don't really see the risk here. They're inside. It's not loud. So I'm going to vote in the affirmative.
And Commissioner Ford
same here.
and Chairman Brown.
I'll vote to approve as well. I mean, you did abide by their policy, and it appears you did it successfully, and the policy doesn't really mean anything if they're not going to follow through on it. So I'll vote to approve.
Great. Thank you so much. Great to see you guys in person.
Yes.
This is, we've approved the 4 a.m. and also the additional part of the hotel being licensed. Is that correct?
This is just for the
Just
Primo
4 a.m.
space.
This is just for the 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Yeah, Serafina is a separate license, and there are no other activations
This
throughout
isn't
the
a new
hotel.
license.
I'm
We were
sorry.
just adding hours.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I got it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is 726, that's MART Liquor Inc.
Sorry, what number?
726.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Henry Warakomsky. I represent MART Liquors. MART Liquors. I think there's opposition here.
Okay.
All opposition? Okay. Okay, you can sit down.
Good afternoon, Howard Levine for Objectants 162 Sunrise Inc., the one and only Liquor Corp., and New Liquor Foam. There are a few people here that would like to discuss this as well. Welcome back to New York. It's great to be here in person. There are 8 liquor stores within less than a mile in this area of Flushing, and the area is completely saturated. In fact, the applicant is located on Northern Boulevard, which is the same street that the only one Liquor Corp is located, and it's only about 5 blocks away. On the other side of applicant is 162 Sunrise Inc., again, another 5 blocks away. Public convenience and advantage will not be promoted by putting another licensee in this area. This area of Flushing is not characterized by the same kind of hustle and bustle and construction as the Main Street area of Flushing. Rather, this is a community which is largely driving. There are no subways in the area, and it's characterized by single and double-family houses. There was a store that was recently approved closer to the Main Street area, just north of Northern Boulevard. That's Le Avine Wine and Spirit at 33 Farrington, near where a high-rise residential mixed-use building is located. However, in the past few years, many licenses have been denied in this specific area of Flushing, away from the Main Street area. In fact, New York Happy Liquor Inc. in 2018 was a package store application that was denied by the full board in a unanimous vote in the same exact shopping center. It is off-street. It is almost directly across the street from a church, which has a large playground that borders on Northern Boulevard. And it's the same shopping center, almost the same space that was denied. Empire Liquor on Northern Boulevard was also denied. Port Ellen Wine and Liquors, Northern Boulevard, denied. Auburndale on 45th Avenue and Bayside, but in the general vicinity, denied. And Asolasis on Northern Boulevard was also denied. The existing stores offer a wide range of domestic, national, local, and international and specialty products. I've listed them all here and won't repeat them again. This area is, again, a largely driving community. There is no new construction. There is no introduction of large-scale business that would draw members into the community.
The gross sales of the existing stores are either flat or in decline. The only one liquor corp saw a bit of a COVID bump, but then its sales fell down markedly again after. 162 Sunrise has good sales. It did not have a real COVID bump, and its sales are flat even though they're high. Newfound Liquor had modest sale bump, but it leveled off and fell through 2021 down to about 218,000 through the summer. Of course, we all know that there has been an increase in cost of goods, slower delivery, product unavailability, and some products are out of stock altogether. The population in this driving community of this area of Flushing is also on the decline. It's come down about 750 people in a decade, and it's safe to say that there's probably going to be continued decline in population in this area. Again, there's no new construction. It's respectfully requested that you hear very briefly from the objectants themselves, who are on the ground and dealing with the difficulties of this business and the saturation in the area every day. Thank you.
My name is Sophia Hong, and representative of the 162nd Sunrise Inc. The 3.5 years ago, I took over that business a month ago, exactly same situation to standing here to speak. So we have a downsizing for gross sale, but
Can you just tell me, what's the address of your store?
the 41-30 162nd Street, Flushing.
And you're downsizing?
Yeah, because when I took over.
You did $9 million in sales.
But we sell a lot of Asian products, especially Chinese. But a lot of item is tariffs and whatever problem with the government. So some item is prices are double than a year and a half ago. But average of the Chinese product is more than 30% is increase. So gross sale increases compared to product increase price and inflation. And when I took over, the wage was at 50, but now it's $15 per hour. But no one works for that price. So our expenses are way higher than the gross sale grow up. And this area is, as he say, it's like a pond, never grow anything, always stay same, but the people is moving out, so the people is decreased for the everything. So the gross sale is growing up is because the product price increase and inflation. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sal Torello. I've been in this store, Liza's Liquors, for the last 30 years.
What's the name of your store?
Liza's Liquors, 162 Sunrise.
He's been the manager for.
Her store.
Yeah, her store.
I'm sorry, her store.
I've been the manager for the last 30 years there.
Okay.
She took over 3.5 years ago. I gotta say, she's been doing an excellent job running the store. She's there every day from morning to night. All we try to do is be good people, selling to good people, and it's tough to hear that another store is gonna come into our area. This month was the holidays, Easter, Jewish holidays, and I said to my coworkers, I said, it seems like it's not even Easter. It's like business isn't like it used to be. It's like, what's going on? So I just want to say that I hope you guys could think about what's going on and go our way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, all members and chairmen. My name is Andy Wong. I'm not good for speech, but I tried today.
Which store?
My liquor store is on 150th Street, Norton Boulevard. The name is The Only One Liquor.
Okay.
6 blocks away from the new applicant. We open 9:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. We do wine tasting almost every month. We sell all kinds of products like Long Island wine, California wine, Italian, French, even Chinese liquor and Japanese liquor. We always add the new product to serve the customer. In our community, we already have 8 package stores within 1 mile to serve the area. I don't see any benefit for the community or liquor authority if they got the new license. Because the liquor store is different than the restaurant, we sell exactly the same product. We don't need one more liquor store in the area. So please protect the small business like us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Concerning, what the rep said about the new businesses, I think we sent some papers to the board last week. We show that there's been a lot of new construction completed within the last couple of years. There's co-ops, condos, and businesses, and they're still building in the area. Did you get a copy of those papers we sent to the board last week?
We got,
I should have those. I think there is a supplemental in there.
we did get a supplemental, yes.
I want to say that the supplemental is not complete. I hate to say it.
Can I show you?
What I have is not. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know whether it's complete or not, but we got a supplemental that has all of your projects that you're talking about.
Yeah, all these projects have been done and completed within the last 3 years. When I got this application, I checked,
I'll take what you got.
What?
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Warnowski.
Okay. When I got this application, I checked the file, and I saw there was a lot of disapprovals of liquor stores in the area. But since that time, with all this new construction, there's new office buildings, and above the office buildings are apartments. So more people have moved into the area. It's not like the way it was before. The area is growing. And within liquor store.
So Mr. Levine gave us numbers, population numbers, indicating that the area actually is got 1,000 people less.
No, I gave it to the due record.
Well, I don't.
This is a Google said is 2010 as a population census population is Flushing is 72,000, but 2020 population census said is 177,000 population.
Well, what area are you doing? He's doing
Flushing.
I'm doing the zip code. So that's the entire area.
It's around 2 or 3 miles.
Okay, go ahead.
And where his store is located, he has parking for over 50 cars. And these other stores, they don't have much parking. So this is where it's more convenient for the public.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Just for the record, we did receive a submission in our supplemental that has a list of properties. We didn't
Right.
receive the pictures that the members are looking at now.
Right.
But this information is just a spreadsheet that somebody typed information into, and it covers an area that's, goes at least 1.7 miles by its own terms surrounding the location of the store. And we don't really have any evidence in the record as to why that is the market that this store will serve, or why it's not already being served by the other stores that are within 0.6 miles.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Donald?
Commissioner Fan.
I think you're a great candidate for store. I think this location is not right as of right now, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I don't see the demand for another store here, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
And Chairman
We
Brown.
denied a store at this, pretty much this exact location in 2018, and I don't see anything that's changed so drastically in the last 4 years that would require or call for another store at this time. So I'm voting to deny.
Okay, thank you.
Next is 718 BK Lobster, Bushwick LLC.
Can we take
Yes. Can we take 5 minutes?
5 minutes?
Actually, we're going to take a short recess. We'll be back on the record.
Sorry about that.
Next secretary is gonna have to get.
Go ahead, Donald.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. Again, that's 718 BK Lobster, Bushwick LLC.
Good afternoon, Commission Chairman. I'm Dawood Nelson, and I represent BK Lobster Bushwick, and I'm here with the owners, Jacqueline Williams and Dawn Spencer. And we're here to discuss the 200-foot rule that is at issue in this matter. BK Lobster is within 149 feet of God's Universal Outreach of Deliverance, which is located on 1475 Broadway in Brooklyn. And through the research that we've done, the church does not meet the description of non-exclusive use. In this particular instance, during a cursory Google search of the address at 1475 Broadway, we spotted an apartment for rent. The church itself is a storefront with 3 levels of apartments above it, and they advertise an apartment for rent, 2-bedroom, 1 bath at that address. This is evidence that it's not being used for the express
Do
purpose.
they own the building, the church?
Yes, they do. And I included the advertisement in the supplemental documents that I sent to the board.
If I can just interrupt you now, I saw this ad myself when this was before the board the last time. And I don't dispute that it says 1475 Broadway 2B. But I see no other record in the entirety of the internet of any activity for leasing an apartment in that space. It's just this oneapartments.com ad, which isn't dated. There's no evidence that it was ever leased. And if you look at the pictures that you attached to your supplemental, the apartment from the inside shows some etching work on the windows that does not appear to exist from the outside of the building, suggesting to me that this is not an apartment in that building. At least this evidence doesn't appear to show that.
I don't know, I'm looking at Street Easy, I see 130 rental pass in this building.
Have we sent a guy out there ourselves?
Yes.
And what did he find?
It's in your material. They went and they observed the church, the place of worship with the 3 floors of apartments above, all right? And then we got the statement from the pastor saying that the entire building is used for church purposes. They did not investigate what actually is happening in the apartments.
I see a lot of rentals, Gary, can you just confirm that? If you go
What
to
do you want, Easy Street?
Street Easy.
I would also, you mentioned 2 places in the area that are licensed.
Correct.
One of them, Broadway Liquors, dates back to 1995. So I have no idea whether or not.
Yeah, which came first,
Which
the
came
liquor
first.
store or
The other
church?
The other one, Broadway Farm, did not disclose. So, it may have been there when they got licensed, and they may have misled us about it. I don't know.
So from my understanding, the church has been there for 50+ years, from the pastor's letter, and from my understanding.
Well, we don't have that in the record. What we haven't, I understand that may be the case, and it may be that the board will want further investigation before it makes a decision here, because we understand that you have a restaurant there, and this is a surprise to you. The problem, of course, is that this is not a matter of discretion.
I understand it.
So
I'm wondering why I'm not, Commissioner Fan's right, there are clearly rentals with that address. And there's more than one, I just don't know why, if that's the case, the pastor would tell us there's not.
Pastor thinks it's a liquor store too.
Yeah, it's clearly a restaurant.
But he didn't care, right? Or she didn't care about whether there was a restaurant there or not?
We're against having a liquor store.
She was against having a liquor
Oh,
store.
liquor store.
Correct. May I add that the liquor store actually, that was approved, actually shares the same address as the restaurant. We're Suite B, the liquor store is Suite A. With respect to the previous applicants, there is a on-premise license, full on-premise license that was approved by the board in 2017. And from what I understand, they were approved by the board. This issue as far as the church came up, and it was deemed that it wasn't a church for non-exclusive purposes. And this was in March of 2017.
I think I'm satisfied that there are actual rental apartments in the building. So what are your hours?
It's 12 o'clock across the board.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve midnight across the board, recorded music only.
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
Have you been operating, has the place been operating without alcohol?
Yes, no alcohol, just food they serve now.
For how long?
Labor Day, September.
September.
And it's a chain, it's like a franchise.
Yeah, it's a seafood lobster roll
Lobster
restaurant.
rolls.
Yeah.
Your favorite lobster rolls.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Same conditions or with
Conditions.
Chairman?
I'll vote to approve with the same conditions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next is 712, that's Premier Top Inc.
Good afternoon, Neil Trivedi for Premier Top.
So let me just talk to, what's his name? I'm sorry.
Aziz Mavani.
Can he come up to the microphone?
Sure.
You don't have any beer at the place right now?
Never had, sir.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve.
Yes, I would approve as well.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll approve as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next is 711, Tulum Restaurant Inc.
That was 712.
Good morning. My name is Alan McGeorge. For the applicant, principal is with me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This application has been pending since last September, and
Can you speak into the microphone or get closer to it? I heard you, but we got to record it too.
understood. The application has been pending for quite some time. The applicant is anxiously hoping for an approval.
Is she aware of the history of this place? License history?
Initially, what we've managed to piece together is that there was a prior restaurant, and the principal became incapacitated or died, and the daughter took over the restaurant without filing the proper transfer paperwork. And not to minimize that, but that's what we are understand. And then there was, while she was operating under her father's license, if you will, that they had a COVID violation. We don't know for certain. The landlord was not particularly forthcoming.
Did you foil the disciplinary history of the past licensees?
No.
Well, so let me enlighten you. The last two licenses here were canceled. The most recent one was summary, meaning we put locks on the doors and then canceled it. And Miss Marte, who you're talking about, was availing that license. And our records would appear to suggest that your client has some type of relationship with her.
Absolutely not.
They work together.
No.
You worked
she
at
could
the,
speak
you worked at the
directly to
same
that.
diner together.
My client worked at a diner called Jesse's.
Or not, so you worked at Jesse's Diner.
Yeah, I'm working
Right.
on Jesse's Diner.
Yeah, and so did Marlon Marte.
Sorry?
Do you know Marlon Marte?
No.
She didn't work
I think it's Martin.
I'm just wearing Jesse's Diner.
Martin Marte.
She worked-
Marlon,
Yeah.
Marlon Marte.
Martin?
Right. It's Marlon.
So you don't know,
Yeah,
you
right.
don't know the former owner of this place?
No,
How did you find this place?
I'm just looking around.
I can't hear you.
I'm just looking around.
You were looking around and you found a restaurant that was empty?
Well, it was her intention to open a restaurant, and she and her boyfriend.
So be more
looked around.
specific. Where did you find it? How'd you find it? Were you looking at real estate agents? Were you?
I'm looking around. I'm just looking around. I wanted to open the restaurant, the family.
You don't know anybody related to Marlon Marte?
No. I just talked with the landlord.
Just answer the question. They'll ask another question. Don't worry.
How do we know that they worked at the same place?
Because Marte filed a corporate change
Right.
application and put that down as her
Mhm.
employment.
It'll be a coincidence.
Jesse Diner can't be that big.
You still work at the diner?
Sorry?
You still work at Jesse's Diner?
Yes.
Don't you also work at Staples?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm wearing staple right now. Sorry about that.
You're
I
what?
don't speak English a lot, so I understand you. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Is this place open right now without alcohol?
Are you open now, the restaurant?
No.
All right. I don't have enough confidence that there's no relationship. She seems and not have management experience, so I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
This was going to be my, what the hell for today, and I'm going to vote to approve.
And Chairman Bradley?
As requested, or? You don't want any music?
No, no music.
No recorded music?
Yeah, just recorder.
Yeah,
No
background.
DJ, no,
Only recorded music.
Yeah, you said, but you applied for no music.
Well, I think she might have thought that meant live music, but she's not seeking.
Well, no,
anything.
there are boxes that say recorded music, live music.
Well, background music.
Yeah, I'll give you background music.
Yeah.
And what are your hours?
Midnights, but we are asking for Friday and Saturday night to 2 a.m.
Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m. I'll do that.
No, you won't.
What was that,
I'm gonna approve 12 o'clock across the board. You can come back in a year and ask for more hours if you have no history. If you don't get in trouble, you can come back and maybe we'll consider giving you more hours. Background music only. One security guard on the weekends, Friday and Saturday. That licensed security guard. Do you understand that?
yeah.
And that's it.
Thank you. You guys got to, we don't have an agreement between any of you.
Oh, he's agreeing to everything I just said.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
I guess I'm agreeing to everything he just said. That's what he just said.
Hard to
so.
hear all the way down here.
No,
Yes.
he didn't say it, but that's the only way this goes through. So. Otherwise, I'm going to join the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good luck.
Next is 658, 659, 660, and 661. That's CFA Holdings, EH LLC, and JLN LLC.
Good afternoon, board members.
Which ones?
58, 59, 60, 61.
Carlos Carbajal on behalf of the licensing.
So I guess just sustain all the charges except the second charge and second proceeding.
That's correct, Chairman, and we've submitted our statement of controversy explaining why we believe the ALJ was mistaken in finding those holdings.
Yeah, I read it. I mean, you understand that regardless of when we got the referrals or whether we reached out to get them, the police department is required by law to send them to us. So the fact that they didn't means they're not following the law.
Understood, Your Honor, Chairman. But I would say that, first of all, it's very important here to understand. Mr. Cileone has been in the hospitality business for 25 years with an impeccable record. At this particular location, he's been there almost 20 years, again, with an impeccable record. There's been no revocation, no suspensions, no cancellations. It just seems very odd to us that, and again, the focal point allegations really start before COVID. So, these really could have been addressed a long time ago, but obviously, the board wasn't having hearings and all. So, while it gives the impression of all these charges coming up all at once, that's really not the case. So perception, I would submit, is not the reality in this instance. But getting back to my point, the focal point charges all stem from what was a promoted Latin night at the location. And, it just seems very odd to us that, these aren't things that, there's no gunshots, there's no, knife fights. These are, pretty run-of-the-mill charges that, Mr. Cileone, I believe, adequately addressed during the hearing before the administrative law judge. There's actually even a call there when there was someone that was breaking into cars into the parking lot, and that's being held against my client because his security guard called the police. And so that gets referred, and somehow that's negatively impacting us, even though we're calling the police ourselves because there's someone breaking into cars in the parking lot. So these are just examples of why it seems that whether it be the East Hampton Police Department or, again, I don't want to cast aspersions, on the counsel's office, but it seems to be that there's some sort of concerted effort here to target my client. I don't know why, and I don't know why it was these nights in particular, but it's tough to ignore.
I have to say, that is a very serious accusation, and I don't believe you have a shred of evidence to support it, and I resent it personally. There is no effort here to do anything other than our duty, which is to investigate, charge, and prosecute violations. And you had every opportunity to convince an ALJ that the violations didn't happen, and you failed to do that. And now you're here essentially making the same arguments and making them...
I mean, who are you saying has the conspiracy, the SLA or the entire East Hampton Police Department?
Well,
this is going on for 2 years.
Well, again, but there was the establishment was closed for 15 months, right? During COVID, he was operating as a liquor store, a takeout liquor store, no issues. Prior to Sergeant Martin taking over in East Hampton, overseeing this and being the liaison for the SLA, there were no issues. So this all started when Sergeant Martin took over, and we were promoting these Latin nights.
It didn't start because your client turned the keys to his place over to somebody who wasn't on the license that had never been approved by the state liquor authority?
No.
There was no availing here?
No, and respectfully, that was this past summer. So in essence, we need to look at these pre-COVID charges and post-COVID charges. I'm happy to address the availing charges as well.
I don't want you to address anything, but some of these charges that were sustained, having read the decision, it's very difficult for a police officer to be making up. I mean, you can sit here, purchase from an unauthorized source. That didn't happen?
No, Your Honor, the purchase...
Did they show up with the bottles that weren't delivered by a wholesaler?
No, I can tell you exactly what happened. Mr. Cileone, on his way to a birthday party, purchased liquor on the way to the party at a different...
It showed up in his bar.
No, he didn't. And I'm sorry to interrupt, Chairman, but the inspector, when questioned, did you actually verify that the liquor that was bought at this outside store was then served at Mr. Cileone's?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be served. It has to be on the premise.
It was never found to be on the premises. It was never found to be on the premises. He just bought liquor at another liquor store, and then the assumption was made that he
But
bought...
he kept the receipts in his books and records. Is that what you're telling me?
It was,
Yeah,
it was purchased with
the banking card, right?
but there's no evidence that it was on the premises. There was certainly no evidence that it was served at the premises. And the inspector.
First of all, there is no requirement that it be served on the premises.
And no evidence that it was on the premises
I mean,
either.
you're sitting up here telling us that once again, without a shred of evidence, you're telling us that because there is this pattern of violations starting, it would appear in 2019, going all the way till last summer, which would be July of 2021, that a police department has chosen your client for God knows what. I guess it appears to be because he's having a Hispanic night, because he doesn't appear to be Hispanic to me, but perhaps he is, but that they are exercising racial discrimination and then sending violations to us, and now we're party to them.
I'm not saying that the board is party at all, Your Honor.
Well, I mean,
Chairman.
it seems
Just the prosecutors at the SLA.
It seems very unlikely to me that out of 12, 18, 22 charges, 19 of them were sustained. And all of them are made up?
No, Your Honor, but we're happy to go through each and every one of them.
I'm not going to go through each one,
Okay.
but that's essentially what you're asking me to believe,
Well-
that there is this pattern of discrimination going on and that your client's being railroaded by a police department that we have significant experience with. So this would be the first time I've seen it. And perhaps it could be that East Hampton has had enough of locations like this, because I have had, at their request, to send investigators out during the summer months over the last 4 years on numerous occasions because of just this kind of activity. And we come back and our investigators find, lo and behold, violations. My investigators don't know who owns those places. They don't know the race of the people that own them, because you know why? Our paperwork doesn't tell us.
That's fine, Chairman, and I don't dispute that for one moment. But what I can tell you, though, is that there are additional charges, for instance, where it was found that he was not supposed to be operating a nightclub. This has been grandfathered in for 60 years, this nightclub. And so, for the AOJ to sustain that charge, is really mind-boggling. There was also a charge in there that there's no food being served, which was incorrect because there is microwavable food. The inspector.
You are aware that either your client or your client's employee told the investigator that there was no food available?
No, if I may, Chairman, what he said is the kitchen is not in use, but there's microwavable food for the bar. And
so I'm sure you have a story like that for every charge. I'm ready to
just for the record.
And you're welcome to appeal this, and I'm sure you will.
That's fine. But just for the record, the ALJ made credibility assessments in her decision. I'm not sure if it was his decision. And they involve all the things that you're raising at the meeting. The board can't reassess the credibility of the witnesses at this stage.
But
and I think that's important for the record.
What I
to
would
reflect.
suggest, ask the board to consider is Mr. Cileone's 25-year record in the hospitality business and the absolutely pristine record on this license. And I think that certainly is something that should be considered when any penalty is being.
His relationship with the Spur existed before COVID.
The Spur did not sell any liquor. The Spur was an office share that he was using, and
But they were
was that only
running
during
fashion events, high-end events out of the space using your liquor license, right? Or are you telling me that they had fashion events with no liquor?
No, they wouldn't, if they did any nocturnal events, it was our liquor license, my team serving the liquor. The Spur was a co-working space that operated from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m.
But the
Monday through
point
Friday.
is that you, under the law, cannot give your space to another business to advertise events. That's the law, and you have basically made that your living. I mean, this is all over the news.
That's not correct. I'm sorry to dispute that, but if there's an event being held at an establishment, that the people that rent the space to have an event will advertise that they're having a fashion show at so-and-so venue. Spur was having a membership development cocktail party. They weren't selling the alcohol.
This was an office share daytime operation, which I guess would on occasion have events that Mr. Cileone would in essence be catering.
The ALJ didn't credit your version of what happened, apparently.
And I do take issue with some of the conclusions that the ALJ.
And you're permitted to.
Okay, Donald.
Unless I missed it, you can read the chart for I missed the sustain.
No, I'm gonna sustain all charges except for the second one in the second proceeding. I'm at 50,000.
Mr. Ford?
I'm not clear that there's not availing going on here.
There was.
Yeah.
At least the ALJ said there was.
Yeah.
Charge of availing was sustained.
That was sustained, yeah.
If I could just elucidate on that point, just to alleviate any concerns. The managers that were hired for last summer were hired under a management agreement that's been used by Mr. Cilione time and time again and been successfully endorsed in prior times. This particular group that was
I'm sorry, successfully what?
Endorsed.
Endorsed by who?
By the
SLA.
By the SLA.
Right.
This
No, I've had
agreement-
endorsees on my licenses previously. So it's the same management agreement and the mechanism, they were not, the document which we presented at the ALJ hearing clearly showed that they were not to keep the alcohol-related sales until they got endorsed on their liquor license.
Yeah, okay, I remember this now. Yes, you turned over your operations to somebody else, and you're blaming them for taking the money from the proceeds from alcohol sales when they weren't contractually permitted to do so. But none of this was
And you
presented
can't-
in
you can't blame
advance,
them.
to
It's
the
your
State
fault.
Liquor Authority.
No matter how they got that money, it's your fault. It's your money because you're the licensee. You can't blame somebody else for that.
You made your license available to a third party without disclosing it to the SLA, and that's why the availing charge was sustained. I don't even think this is a close call. There is no defense.
Well,
Zero.
we did terminate them as soon as we were aware.
As soon as you got caught.
No. It was well before that. Well before that. They were terminated in August. They were put on notice when they were in default of the management agreement, and by August 7th,
because you got caught in July.
No, not with the availing charge.
Yeah, well, it says on July 23rd, 2021.
No, I issued default notice way prior to that.
And that's in the record, the default notice.
And the letter to the State Liquor Authority, oh my God, somebody was using my license and it was based on a contractual breach. That didn't come though, right? You never notified the SLA that you were using this entity to control your premises.
Well, that was...
There's two issues of availing. One is the complete operational control that you ceded. Even if they never got a penny from the alcohol, still an availing. The second issue is that they also got money from the availing. They're both grounds to sustain an availing. And we have canceled licenses on this exact basis in the past.
Okay, let's go.
We're just saying.
I'm a canceling bond.
How many licenses does he hold? Tom?
Just currently one.
It's a 25-year history in the
Well,
hospitality
this
industry.
one was issued in 2017, so there is no 25-year history.
Mr. Cilione.
I looked. I didn't add them all up, but he was at one point or another on other licenses at this location?
Yes, he's been almost 20 years at this location.
And can you look up the history at the location?
Hold on.
We were on a NV Limited Partnership.
In New York City, yes.
Felipe Chow East Hampton, which was the one here.
Correct.
And 3 Mile Harbor.
That's the address, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so those three were all here, and then the other one.
What is this place? What's the method of operation?
License as a tavern bar.
Tavern, nightclub, bar.
It's grandfathered in as a.
It's not a
I don't know-
nightclub.
I don't know what you mean by grandfather.
I know, I don't know either. It doesn't matter what the zoning says. You're a tavern. That's
The
not a
method of
nightclub. We have a
operation-
cabaret
the
license.
Method of operation is, we've always checked nightclub on method of operation.
Well, we're gonna
I mean, I
change
have
that
letters from
probably.
the
What's the music situation and the hours?
I'm just looking now at the, it was licensed as a bar tavern, live recorded and DJ, patron dancing, 10 to 15 employees. So, and let me go back and look at the actual form.
No, that's enough. Oh, the hours were what?
They didn't provide the hours, nor did
No
we
hours restriction?
ask for the, let me just see if the full board agenda sheet had, because this went to the full board. No, it was just approved, so let me just look one more place here. I'm just checking to see if they indicated any hours on the method of operation form.
The license certificate says
Yes, that says bar
9
tavern.
9 p.m. to 4 a.m. weekends only for nightclub. I don't know what that means.
That's not what the current license says, though.
That's what the license
Okay,
in
I don't even
2017 says.
I'll go with the 50,000 as well, but I'm gonna ask Commissioner Fan to join me in saying no more private events, at least for the time being. No specialty nights, no advertised specialty nights, no specialty nights, period, and a 1 a.m. close across the board.
Yep.
Because I was at Cancel and Bond too, and
With all due respect, it's a nightclub. It's been a nightclub.
it's not gonna be a nightclub for a little while, it's gonna be a tavern.
So just no private events, no special events?
Like the private events, no private parties, no buyouts.
Okay.
And then specialty nights, which apparently were a problem, the Latin night, things of that
And then
nature.
1 a.m. close.
Yes,
1 a.m. close. Yes, I agree with Chairman.
and 50,000.
50,000.
All right, so we'll change the license record.
Just run it
No,
that
he
way
has to
for 1
agree, he has
year.
to agree to it, I'm not,
No,
yeah.
no, he doesn't.
No, it's a hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was a hearing, right, okay. Okay. You can come back in a year, and if there's no East Hampton police problems, then I'm sure you'll get it back.
It's an untenable, it's a nightclub event space. It's been that way.
It's been untenable for the last 2 years for the town of East Hampton, that's
Sorry,
become
with all due
clear.
respect, these conditions, we're out of business.
Okay, we can
Period.
go to cancel and bond.
I mean, the police department chief himself said that we are not a focal point of attention. You know,
Well,
we
the
had
ALJ disagreed
one
on two.
sergeant who's out of nowhere, you know, who's considered a Bonniger out in the Hamptons, has never even stepped foot in the venue. Okay, and the East Hampton police have a well-documented discrimination issue with the Latin population, and
And
lo
that
and
may be,
behold,
sir, that all could be true, but you and your lawyer have presented not one iota of evidence that that's what occurred here. And in fact, The testimony would indicate that you had got fast and loose with the management of this place and allowed other people to start taking control of it, or you'd rent it out so that they could do it, and that's gonna stop. Now, you can, as she said, you can walk away from it, or you can try to get by for the year and come back and ask for more. But this was a 2-year pattern of misconduct. And now you're basically accusing the entire East Hampton Police Department plus my agency of a
Not the
conspiracy
East Hampton
that did
Police
not
Department.
occur.
No, sir. Just an officer, Sergeant Martin.
Who then and then my investigators who were there.
Lied, in fact, who lied. He said that the area is residential. If you Google it right now, we're in a commercial zone.
Your lawyer can
And that proves that
appeal.
he's a racist?
Your lawyer can appeal,
Is it a
sir.
That's the
coincidence that
reason-
only the violations were issued on Latin nights and we had many other nights? I mean, is it a
What's your
coincidence?
evidence that my prosecutors are racist?
Yeah, no, we're done. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, you can, your lawyer can appeal it. He's fully aware of that.
We have to move on. Next item is 759, 7 HENSHAW Inc.
759.
How you doing? Good afternoon, Board. Miguel Acostas, here on behalf of 7 Henshaw. Fortunately, my client, Ms. Reyes, had a travel duty assignment at the hospital where she works at, and Mr. Gomez was unable to appear as a manager due to lack of employees to hold down the kitchen.
Can you say all of that again? Because I missed every cent of it.
I'm sorry.
Into the microphone, clear.
Ms. Reyes had a travel assignment at the hospital, and Mr. Gomez had to attend the kitchen today during the operations of the restaurant. All supplemental evidence was submitted last week. My client is here to seek approval for a license that was disapproved back in March last year, 2021.
That's okay, I'm familiar with this.
This is a recon, right?
Yeah, I mean, the written decision was issued in March or
No,
April.
it was interested, the disapproval was in March of 2021. The written decision was issued in May of 2021.
I mean, we can't
And the
take
statute of limitations to challenge that ruling ran out in September of 2021, 6 months
And that's not
ago.
even what we go on. What our reconsideration, you have to ask for reconsideration within 30 days of receiving the written decision. And you're almost a year after that. I mean, we don't have, I question whether she didn't get her refund already.
She did.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any way. She has to reapply. We can't just reactivate an application when we already sent the money back for the application.
And when was the money sent? Because we don't have any records of receiving a refund on this.
We have our record, I think, that we do.
It would have gone back to the applicant at the applicant's address.
No, because she has no record of
It goes
receiving
to
that,
the
and that's.
Comptroller's office.
Yeah, because based on when the decision was made, it was informed that we had to seek basically approval from the community board and to resolve the issues with the neighbors that had just been
Yeah, and
recently.
you
been rid of.
did that, but the community board, I read their letter. The community board thinks it's dealing with a new application from you. They don't think they're dealing with the old one. They believe that you gave notice for a new application, and then that's what they're talking about. So you really need to file a new application.
Okay, so
The refund paperwork went over to the comptroller's office back in October.
in October.
So they would have sent it to the name of the applicant at the applicant's address.
Okay, I'll discuss that with Ms. Reyes, and I apologize for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, what was the vote on that one?
What one?
I vote no on
No, yeah, it was all
reconsideration.
no on reconsideration. Or I voted no as well.
Yes. You can vote even after he leaves the room, it's okay.
Next is 753, that's KESHIS, DELI.
753.
Yes.
Okay, hello, everybody. Nice to see everybody here today. I'm here as an attorney for KESHIS Deli with my
You're
client.
going to be upset at us again, but have a good day. It's approved.
We'll vote for approve.
So much to say. Everybody has to vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
You just,
Good luck.
Hold on.
Something else here for a second. Let me just.
But I think you already have two in the bag.
Oh, so you don't really
Yes.
need me anymore.
yeah.
I'll make it a hat trick for you. I'll approve as well.
Have a lovely day, everybody.
Thanks for waiting.
Good luck.
Thank you. Next is 7:30. Restaurant Court.
Good afternoon, Louis Chisari for the licensee, actually. Ms. Pagan could not be here. She was not feeling well. She called me this morning, and I thought to err on the side of caution, I told her to stay home. This is just to change the hours of the place to 4 a.m.
Just the hours, right?
Yes.
So she's got, the community board opposed this entire application when she got it.
Yes,
And
I do.
their main concern was clearly that she said she was going to be a restaurant, and they were concerned she was not. And she now has a charge that she was behaving as if she was not a restaurant, meaning she had no food available.
I think that was during the pandemic, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yes. It's a second story. The problem was she could, I think it was untenable for her to get the food downstairs. I don't agree with it.
when she got the license, she agreed to have a chef available all hours she was open, and that there would be food available all hours she was open.
Yes, yes. In fact, I was here for that
So
day.
was I.
Yes.
But that doesn't appear to be the case, and now she wants to be open later.
To increase revenues because she's
Yeah, but it
taking
would
a
also
hit.
go towards the community board's concerns, which she's already basically confirmed.
Absolutely. I didn't fill out the change of method of operation. I would have explained to her. She came to me afterwards. I would have said, 2 o'clock to increase revenues, 4 o'clock, everybody's going to think you're a nightclub, a bar. And as everybody here knows, I do represent lots of them over there, so I understand your concern. I was stuck with what they kind of gave me. I would request to amend it and ask for 2 a.m. to give her a little more revenue.
We'll do that, because that's what I wrote down.
Yeah.
2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2 a.m.
It's always better when you say it first.
Take care, everybody.
Yeah.
Next is 7:08. Mega Wine and Liquor Inc.
Okay, Neil Trivetti again for Mega Wine and Liquor. This is a removal application. My client bought the store on Hillside Avenue, right across the street. She's been operating it since 2018. The store wasn't really doing well. It was periodically even closing. Since then, he took over. He's been improving. The location has done well for the last 2 years. In 2021, the sales were a little bit reduced because other stores started opening up as well. Currently has problems. He's looking to expand. He saw an opportunity which is only 380 square feet away, which is just on the other side of New Hyde Park Road, the bigger store, parking of 10 spots. Currently where he is, there is no parking, just street parking. There's no meter parking. It's basically 90 minutes parking allowed, where nobody's really, enforcing that. So a lot of times he sees double parked cars.
What's the rent that he's paying in his old place?
About $2,000. $2,000 is pretty reasonable, right?
Is there, I just can't, the sales numbers he reported are paltry.
Well, he's doing, this is.
How's he even paying for cost? I can't imagine he can cover his costs on those sales numbers. 121,000?
In 2025, he did 125. On 2020, he did 180. Based
I'm
on.
just commenting. It doesn't mean he's not going to get to move.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's a very low number. All right.
And again, it's walking distance. You can just come out of the store and you can literally see it right across the
I'm
street.
going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, stores that wrote in protest, they think it's a new liquor store. They don't realize that, it's just a removal. I'm gonna vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else here?
No, one more.
What's anybody else here?
There is someone, I am invisible.
754.
I'm far from invisible.
754 Wines and Liquors of NY LLC.
Good afternoon.
754? 754?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, welcome back. Thomas McCowan, representing Wine and Liquors of New York. This is Michael Krasinski, one of the principals. It's a conditional no contest plea. And like other of these, I know the members have seen, I'm recognizing a pattern, and I've had a couple clients with it, where licensees have this existential threat that they need to do things better and different to survive. And it's what I call confirmation bias. They all convince each other they need to do it, and it's a bit of a mania. So ultimately, actions are taken. They're impermissible. They try to justify them. They can't justify them. So in this instance, I obviously made it clear, and I directed the principals to go to the archived video of January 4th of this year, hour 4, where Chairman Bradley makes it, crystal clear what the offense is, why it happened, no justification for it, and the board members and Mr. Bradley.
He's buying from the other liquor stores.
Right.
Why is it more beneficial to buy from the other liquor stores?
Because it's just avoiding putting in a lot of money. We lost
Smaller volume?
Yes, smaller volume. We lost about 30% of business since the new big store came in, and we panicked and just we heard about this, and that's.
This store you're buying from is a big store, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're probably getting it cheaper retail than you can get
the
it
same thing
wholesale.
instead of, let's say, buying 50 cases, getting it in one or two cases.
It's a problem with the law, is what it is.
So the conditional no contest is there. I've gone over with him. He seems intimately familiar with it. I'm confident it will never happen again.
I'm gonna go to 20,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I'll do 20,000 too.
Chairman Bradley.
20,000.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so I believe that's actually everyone.
Oh, yay.
Jonathan, around there. I can't hear him.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, there's no one else.
All right.
There's no one else, he says.
That's what you said.
Hey, can we turn the mics off for a minute? Are we able to do that or no?
I think there's mics all over, so.
Oh, all right, I'll ask you later. Just here, hold that. I just want to ask you afterwards. All right.
All right. 654 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Oh, 654. Hang on a second.
654?
Yes.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford.
Cancel and bond.
655 is a no contest default.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
656 is an offer of 1,500.
I'll accept 15.
Accept.
Which number, Donald?
656.
1,500.
Accept.
657 is an offer of 1,500.
I'll accept 1,500.
I'll accept.
Yeah, I'll accept.
662 is an offer of cancel and bond.
I'll accept cancel and bond.
I'll accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
663 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
Yeah, I'll accept.
664 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
665 is not guilty. The ALJ sustained the charge.
I'm at 1,500.
Sustained charge 1.
Sorry, sustained charge 1.
At 1,500.
I was at 2,000 because of the history.
2,000.
So 2K, Commissioner Fan, you were.
Yes, that's fine. I will go to 2,000.
2,000 also.
Yes.
So 666, 667, and 668, the licensee's attorney sent an email asking to adjourn to May 11th. He has another hearing today.
That's fine. May 11.
Who was that?
Well, it was Timothy Allen. It was Alan.
Alan. Okay.
Is that okay, Commissioner Ford?
Yes, yes.
669 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
Accept.
670, 671, 672. This is not guilty. With the hearing, LJ sustained the charges.
We would normally cancel this like after the third time or so, or look
This is
to.
for, but they have no history, but it's 4 cases together.
It did,
No history since 2000.
Since 2014, I don't know.
it did go to hearing though, and they lost. So I'm at 15,000.
I was at 25.
Chairman?
25.
I'll do 25 as well, make it even.
673 is an offer of 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
1,000 accept.
674 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
3,500 accept.
3,500.
With 675, we received an email from licensee's attorney, Terrence Flynn, asked for adjournment.
Yeah, I support that request. It was at my request.
May 11.
Yeah, May 11th.
Everyone's okay with that,
What
right?
number is that, though?
That was 675.
Okay.
And that application removal was disapproved.
What application?
There's a reference to a pending removal application for that licensee? Or just
I thought it was a transfer. It,
I think there's a potential transfer in worse, but the removal was disapproved.
oh, okay.
676 is an offer of 750.
750.
750.
Mr. Ford, did you say yes?
I was at 1,500 to be consistent, but I guess 750 is it.
You're voting for the 750? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do 750.
Okay. 677 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
678 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
679 is an offer of 5,000.
Take 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
680 is an offer of 3,000.
Accept 3,000.
3,000 accept.
3,000.
681 is an offer of 500.
500.
500.
500 accept.
682 is an offer of 25,000.
25,000.
25,000.
Accept.
683 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
684, it's a no contest default at hearing.
I'm at 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
685 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500 accept.
687 is an offer of 4,500.
I'm sorry, what number?
687.
Oh, 4,500.
Accept.
4,500 accept.
688 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
689, no contest default at pleading.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
Revoke for the record.
Wasn't there a bond on each one? We can get the bond there, can't we?
Revoke and bond, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a separate license, right?
Sure.
Yeah, revoke and bond.
Revoke and bond.
Extra 1,000 for the state of New York?
You need to cash.
Commissioner Ford, you were okay with
Yes,
that, right?
yes, yes, no.
690 is a no contest default at hearing.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford?
Yes, cancel the bond, I'm
I
sorry.
can't hear you.
Yeah,
It's
I thought I said it. but it's all right.
691 is an offer of 3,500.
I'm gonna go to 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
692 is an offer of 1,500.
Counter at 5,000.
5,000.
692. Yeah, I thought that was low. 5,000.
693 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
697 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
697.
2,500.
2,500.
698 is no contest default of pleading.
This is Tony's Pizzeria.
Yeah, so this was, we got a call from a senator or councilman?
City council member.
City council member who was complaining about this place to us, and lo and behold, upon his complaint, we did an investigation and found out that there was a major availing going on. The owner was actually in California and hadn't been back in several years. Tennessee, I'm sorry. And had nothing to do with the place. There was a question of whether the license is in safekeeping or was surrendered. We believe it was surrendered, but they failed to check the right box. So that was in trade for us not doing a summary on it. And I think the only thing that we can do here is cancel.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
699 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
699. 2,500.
700 is an offer of $300.
Is 300 or 3,000?
300, and this is, it's essentially two, the non-calendar for these warning signs is $100 each, and the failure to comply is a local regulation about something you post about the occupancy level in this location. So the offer is 300.
Hold on a second. Okay.
I'm not sure why we went there, but that's all we found. Or
know.
it might have been the police.
I'm going to accept 300.
Commissioner Ford and Chairman Brown.
I'll accept the 300 as well.
300.
701 and 702 is an offer of 6,500.
It should be 17. It should, I'm going to, whatever. 6,500 is it?
6,500.
6,500.
703 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
707, it's a package store removal.
I'm surprised they didn't come.
Oh, they want to move back where they were before.
We've had stores since the 1980s.
And they
so.
did say that they were planned on moving back once the plaza was ready.
They actually said that when they applied for their first removal,
Yeah.
they actually said that. That was their intention.
Oh, and so now they're going back.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
It's a shopping plaza. They get raised. They moved into a, maybe not as nice of a place, and now they want to move back to the plaza.
Okay. All right. Vote to approve.
I approve as well.
Approve.
709 is a change in method of operation.
This has pending charges, so they didn't even show up. I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The previous license here was revoked. The place was open for 3 years, 2 of which we were in a pandemic, and now he wants to add a DJ dancing and a 4 a.m. closing every night, which I don't know that he would have got. He certainly didn't get it at the original application, I don't know that he would have got it today, even if he did show up.
714 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
Which number was that again? I'm sorry, 714?
Yep,
Accept,
714.
yes.
Accept.
Yes.
715 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
Accept.
716 is an offer of 1,000.
Yes, I'll take 1,000.
Accept.
1,000, accept.
717 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500, accept.
721 is a on-premises liquor application. They provide a cash. It's held over to provide a cash.
Yeah, how come they didn't come? What do you want to do? You want to hold it over one more time and try to reach them?
That's up to you guys.
Let's see.
Yes.
It's
So
been
hold it
a
over
whole
and-
year. Let's just hold it over just in case they forgot about us.
Forgot about how to get their business going?
Yeah.
Next is 723.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. 723?
Yeah.
Mr. Fan.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah. 724.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
725. Offer of 1,500.
I will go to 1,000.
1,000.
1,000.
729 is a change in method of operation.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to add all of this without them showing up. What do you think?
He's had 2 good years, but it's a college town and the kids weren't in college.
Yeah.
And
So I'm not either, no.
and I've read actually a couple of stories recently about Cortland and this nightlife being an issue. So I'm
Yeah, no, we shut this place
Yeah.
previously.
We had problems in Cortland years ago.
No, this guy
Yeah.
wasn't the owner,
Yeah.
but
Right.
the owner, that owner is now the landlord.
All right, they need to show
I'm
up
gonna
next
deny.
time.
Oh.
You deny?
Oh, you want to give him another week then? Or 2 weeks, I mean?
I
Okay,
mean, maybe
511.
if they want to come argue, there's
Make your
511.
511.
The mayor put in a letter supporting it.
736. It's an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000, accept.
737 and 738. Offer of 2,000.
I'll take 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
739 is an offer of 15,000.
15,000.
15,000. The PD has given them a vote of confidence.
739 was that?
Yes.
Give me just a second here. Yeah, I'll accept only because they have good history.
740 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
Accept.
I'm going to go to 1,000.
All right, 1,000.
I'll do 1,000.
He did 1,000.
You did 1,000?
Start rolling it.
Oh, okay. 741. Offer of 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000, accept.
742 is offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
And that application that's pending was disapproved by the Bailey.
Okay.
743 is an offer of 1,500.
I'm going to go to 1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, 1,000.
744 and 745. Offer of 3,500.
3,500 accept.
I would take. I'm going to go to 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
746 and 747. It's an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500, accept.
748. It's an offer of 3,000.
3,000.
3,000, accept.
Accept.
749 is an offer of 500.
Failure to display the license is 1,000.
Yeah, this one, it should be 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
752. It's a new on-premises liquor application.
I had a lot of questions.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny.
Sharon Ford.
No. deny.
Yeah, I had some questions about this too.
I
so-
mean, you can't, with a history like this at this place, you have to show up.
To deny for
Yes.
everyone. 759A is a report of litigation.
Yeah, this is a decision we received from a trial court judge overruling the board's denial of a liquor license in a 500-foot case. The judge did not follow the rational basis standard in assessing the board's performance in this case, and we ask that we have permission to appeal.
Granted.
Yes, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Granted.
All right, and the last one, 759D. We got to pull that back up.
Yes, that's fine with me. Thank you.
That's the advisory?
Yes.
Advise the amendment.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
good with it.
I'm
too.
okay with it.
759D?
Yes. They just changed the language of the single serve.
Oh,
To go.
got it.
All right, well.
Thank you very
Got
much.
nothing else. Meeting's adjourned.
Apparently.
No.
Why I'm wondering, why haven't we charged whatever it's called, that store?
Because I think, and it's just I think it's the history that's gone on here, maybe